Hello everyone. How are we all doing today? But while we were offline, thank you to Captain Kid 1769 for the follow, and Arcanist Space Nerd Raven, it is good to see all of you. I hope you are all doing well. I gotta admit, y'all, I am both surprised and delighted that yesterday's stream went so well and was so warmly received by everyone. Like, there's not very many communities where we could spend 4 hours staring at spreadsheets and be like, yeah, this is the content we are here for. This is the content that we wish to see on this Twitch.television. So that was really heartwarming. Like, that was real cool, y'all. Also, Parisian, it's good to see you. Congratulations. Fingers crossed. Right? My brain is still melted. I have not been brave enough to reboot the game to keep going because my brain is mush. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. I did realize, by the way... Ah, Raven. No. How dare it. That's my Wi-Fi's job. Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. That's my Wi-Fi's job. We'll see if we disconnect again today. But I realized that I showed you all the big book that is now hiding behind my microphone. I did get a haircut. I just got back 2 hours ago. Thank you for noticing. But yeah, I got other books at the same time, which are also very fun, and I just kind of forgot to tell you all about it. So, who wants to see more books? Ah, Sacred Amanda, that's why I recognize this song. Let's do it. Books. Who would say no to more books, right? Book number the first. This is not a particularly rare book, by any measure. It is a facsimile edition at 200% scale of the miniatures within the Rohan Book of Hours. The Rohan Book of Hours is one of the more famous prayer books from the late Middle Ages. Not the most famous. I think the... Was it the Clares and the Clary ones? Hello, Water. Shiny. I know, right? But still, an absolute masterwork of early 15th century French miniature drawing. Right. Gorgeous, gorgeous pieces. In a beautiful facsimile edition. In a box. So, I need more medieval manuscripts in my life. You all need more medieval manuscripts in your life. And my bookshelf now fulfills at least one of those tasks. I don't think there will be a lot of particularly emote-worthy stuff in here, but if I find some, I know where to find the digital facsimile of the manuscript, so, there may be some more Twitch emotes! Right? Book number 2 of 3. A more scholarly book, but scholarly in the sense of, we love weird shit. The Madman's Gallery by Edward Brooke Hitching. It is a global art historical survey of weird shit. That sums up the, like, I don't know how else to say it. We've got things going from people climbing out of their picture frames to James McNeill Whistler's artist signature, which is just a butterfly, to self-portraits made out of fruit, to the Cave of the Divers, or the Tomb of the Diver, to Hellmouths, to an Elric Durer watercolor that I've never seen before. Art? You're illiterate in that regard. I have had to get good. Right, some of these things are pieces I've seen the originals of, or of the same style of. But there's this one. That one. There we go. That's an Albrecht Dürer. It looks nothing like any of Dürer's other work. But it's a 1525 sketch of a dream of apocalypse he had. The person who made the watercolor or the person who wrote the book? The watercolor is Albrecht Dürer, my favorite. What do you mean Dürer knew about color? Literally his most famous painting is a self-portrait done in oils. What are you talking about? Hello, Wolfie. How are you doing? I was just realizing I forgot to tell everyone about the other books, because I didn't just spend $500 on a big book. I spent more money on additional books. Oh wait, you've seen this guy before? Yeah! Oh, you're more familiar with his prints. Fair enough. He did do a lot of prints. But he also did a lot of paintings. This is a fun one. This is a whole genre of prints from the 18th century. I've seen a couple of other ones in the same genre, but with text, kind of listing out the various virtues. But yeah, they just split a person in half, and half of them's enlisted in the Skeleton War, and half of them's hanging out having a normal day. It's very good. Finish your preps for a children's longsword workshop. I heartily approve. We let children stab each other. Huh. Hey chat, if you've been here for a while, you should recognize this one. You'd see his name as Durero. That's funky, given that he's from Nuremberg. Vegeman! Right, these are by Giuseppe Arcimboldo, but were in the court of Rudolph II of the Holy Roman Empire. They also appear in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. This exact painting is one of the ones you can find in the Caribbean in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Why? How? I still haven't figured that one out. But, you know, there we go. Oh. Well, these are great. They're angels, but casting God. Apparently a Spanish style from the early modernity of the arquebusier angel. Fantastic, no notes. So this is a fun book. There's apparently also one for specifically manuscript and library collections. That's the Madman's Library, as sort of a prequel to this. I'll try and pick up a copy and browse through it because I love art history oddities. And I do love me some, I guess, not just art history, but library history oddities even more. One more book for the pile. If I can get it out. It is also in a very nice box. But unfortunately... There we go. Fyodor Dostoevsky's The House of the Dead. Translated and in a public edition from the 1980s, but it is a limited edition. So this is a gorgeous limited edition with wood engravings by Fritz Eichenberg. So throughout, you have full-page illustrated wood engraving prints that accompany the scene. Right? What is House of the Dead about? I mean, actually, I haven't read it, so you know, there's that. I've read Crime and Punishment is the only Dostoevsky I've read, so couldn't actually tell you. But it's another historical. As with most Dostoevsky stuff, it's very Russian Depression historical lit. So, you know, I'll read it and then I'll let you know. Russian lit intimidates you? Yeah, that's fair. I've not read a lot of Tolstoy either for the same reason. But pretty pictures. Some people buy comic books to have pretty pictures. I buy limited editions of 19th century Russian literature. You can draw your own judgment from this. So those are my new books. I figured you would enjoy the wood engravings and the weirdness. Look, you have a fondness for the classics too? Yeah. Sadly, you have read a lot of Russian literature. That's, I mean, look. Russia's current actions aside, 19th century Russian literature by political radicals who were, very concerned with the human condition is still very great literature. Dostoevsky kept getting thrown in jail because he was critical of the political regime. Dostoevsky's based regardless of the fact that he lived in Russia. Yeah, Slavic lit in general is very depressing, right? But also, sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need lit that just makes you sad. But yeah, so those were my other new acquisitions. Oh, I also was able to get stuff for work, which is I have a good job sometimes. There's not a lot of jobs where I can say I bought a copy of The Lord of the Rings for my job. It's good sometimes. So I'm finding the picture. Don't worry, I'll elaborate. Those are all Hobbit. Those aren't Lord of the Rings. That one's Lord of the Rings. Ignore the game. The game's not important. So basically, in 1972, a woman named Ingehild Grathmer created a set of illustrations for The Lord of the Rings and sent them to J.R.R. Tolkien because that was just a thing you could do. Tolkien kept them, and they were listed in his estate's belongings when he passed away in 1976. In 1977, the Danish publishing house Gyldendal created a limited edition of The Lord of the Rings to honor Tolkien's passing. For this limited run of 1,500 things, they used Ingehild Grathmer's illustrations as a set of 67 illustrations for the book. There's the same year, there's an English edition published in London that uses the same set of illustrations. They kind of coordinate. Ingehild Grathmer is better known as Her Majesty Queen Margrethe II of Denmark. No, you heard me. She didn't want her art to be, judged based on the fact that she was the Queen of Denmark, and so she used a pen name. And I managed to get approval to get a copy for my job. So, yeah. Not the original Danish version because you can't find it anywhere. Good God, it's such a pain. It's only in Danish auction houses like once every 3 years. And then, so I got the English edition instead. But still, I get to say I bought The Lord of the Rings for work, and that's pretty fun. Also, those illustrations are gorgeous. If you remember correctly, Tolkien actively helped Led Zeppelin with their Lord of the Rings inspired album, because, he was alive for that. Yeah, right? I can't get a pin on Tolkien's... Well, did Tolkien know that Ingehild was Queen Margrethe? I don't think so. Unclear, but I don't think he knew. But yeah, right? I can't kind of read on Tolkien's musical tastes. Because he seems to sometimes like fairly edgy, right? I mean, for the 70s, for the 60s and 70s, sometimes pretty subversive, edgy stuff. Because, like, I mean, look, Zeppelin was popular, but it wasn't exactly mainstream for what Tolkien grew up with. And then other times he complains about, you know, local bands banging at odd hours, which admittedly is possibly just relatable. Um, Honestly, Jakista, like, there's a non-zero chance he would have. That's the weird thing. I would see the argument either way. That either he'd be like, wow, this sucks so much, I hate it. Or, this is incredibly cool, you guys have fun. And I don't know which he would have taken. You imagine him only listening to medieval Latin hymns and chants? Yeah. Right, but he almost certainly listened to big band, in actuality, right? As weird as it sounds, like, he's probably listening to, like, Dean Martin. Which is one heck of a strange sentence. Also a lot of folk music. He would have listened to a lot of folk music. Because all of the songs in The Hobbit, he actually sang. There's recordings of him singing all of the songs in The Hobbit, or most of the songs in The Hobbit. They're folk. They're pure English folk music. So, would have been very invested. Very invested. In Morris dancing folk music scenes. Right, if you remember correctly, he liked Christopher Lee's art too. Yeah, no, he and Christopher Lee got along great. Which is, by the way, very funny. Because from my undergraduate advisor, who met Tolkien, and knew people who actually had classes from Tolkien, Tolkien was an absolute terrible lecturer. He really did not believe in the teaching side of the teaching and research job that he had. And so he just kind of wander and mumble into the blackboard for a while and then leave. Because if no one registered for his classes, then he could just go back to doing research. Arcanist, not only did he have tenure, he was the department chair. And the fact that he was the department chair, right, and the continuing to be, he's a very contradictory human being, right? Did he like rock? Sometimes yes. Was he also incredibly academically conservative? Well, was he research-wise doing fairly radical things in the 30s? Yes. Did he use his position to really focus on keeping, like, academia is for white guys? Also, yes. Let's see. What was it? Dorothy Whitelock? Yeah. So, Tolkien denied positions at Oxford to Stuart Hall and Dorothy Whitelock. Because Stuart Hall wanted to be a medievalist. And Tolkien was the one who said no. And Dorothy Whitelock was in position to have one of the most prestigious positions in Oxford's English department, and Tolkien is the deciding note who says no. So Dorothy Whitelock goes on to found the Anglo-Saxon, Norse, and Celtic department at Cambridge, which is the best program for this early medieval insular culture in the world. So, you know. It's... Tolkien's complicated. It's pretty good revenge, isn't it? As much as I still and always will love Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and Tolkien's everything else he ever wrote, I think I've got Fall of Arthur. I don't think I have Lay of Sigurd and Gudrun right now, but I have Fall of Arthur. Also very mad at Vatican II switching Mass to the vernacular. Right. Can't forget that part. So, yeah. Also, Parisian, did you say Tolkien finished stuff before doing other stuff? Because that's untrue. That's like the least true thing you could say about Tolkien. Man had reams of loose paper that he was editing for 50 years continuously. Seems like Tolkien just liked being liked from a distance? Well, no. Also not true. Because, like, here, let me grab his... Everyone has some, literally everything the Tolkien estate has published since 1975 has been unfinished stuff. Damn, I don't have his correspondence on my shelf here. I've got a Tolkien box set, but not the letters right now. So, you know, he really, really liked writing to people, and when he's, like, fired up about a topic, he was an incredibly passionate and likable public speaker. Like, his Beowulf Monsters and the Critics is a masterpiece of rhetoric, of, like, academic rhetoric, for a reason, and it, like, single-handedly repopularized the study of Beowulf as a literary text. Because he was a damn good speaker when he felt like it, and he was incredibly pleasant and personable when he felt like it. I mean, also, right, this is the man who convinced his very loving and devoted wife to elope with him in the course of a single afternoon. Like, the cutest love story of all time. But yeah, literally, right, had been engaged, things were coming up, her family wanted to call off the wedding, and he persuaded her to run away with him in a single afternoon. And they are still buried next to each other, and their gravestones read Beren and Luthien. Because they are unbearably cute as a couple. Exactly, Wolfie. He wrote the spitting image of his wife into his fantasy universe as the centerpiece, the single most important story of the entire Legendarium, about the objectively most beautiful, bravest, most talented specialist woman who ever lived. Tolkien didn't have a job at that time, Raven. If I remember the story correctly, it's because Tolkien had, was pretty broke. No, Luthien. Who is... distantly related to Galadriel, but is if you've read Lord of the Rings, at the river crossing when Frodo sights is calling out to the Ringwraiths, he calls out about Luthien. Yes, Arwen is Luthien's direct descendant. Because, what is it? Her granddaughter is Earendil's wife, and therefore Elrond's mother. Like, it's Elrond's great-grandmother, I believe, is Luthien. Luthien is the one with the goodest dog. Correct. So true. The dog who is so good that he actually mauled Satan. Get yourself a dog that good. So, yeah. I gotta order a gorgeously illustrated copy of Lord of the Rings for work to add to my many copies of Lord of the Rings for me. And that's my job's good sometimes. I love book art so much. I love it. I love book art so much. It's one of my favorite genres of, art production. Because books good. That's the lesson here. Buy yourself books. Buy yourself books with pretty pictures. Don't let anyone tell you that books need to be dull and boring. Because fancy pretty editions are worth it every time. Imagine he's only a fallen angel. Who then gets this kind of sort of maybe promoted. But right, if we can't call Gandalf a god, we can't call Sauron a god. They are both Maya. But no, like, it's... Because the Lord of the Rings cosmology is just Catholicism, but simplified, the Ainur are, the pagan gods euhemerized into thrones. Right, they're effectively equivalent to, like, thrones or seraphim. The Maya are archangels. There's a little bit of Paradise Lost thrown in. There's definitely a little bit of Paradise Lost flavor of the cosmology mixed in because, Tolkien's a huge fucking nerd. The main things he read were, in order, Old English literature, Old Norse literature, early modern Catholic literature, folktales. He's so relatable, for real, for real. Ignore my entire bookshelf of scholarship on Old Norse literature. Nah, I don't feel the need to change your mind. Because I, as agnostic whose most last decade of exposure to Christianity has been through medieval Christianity, which is incredibly scuffed and has all of the wacky ideas. I'm not going to be the one to do that. Did you know that it turns out theology did continue to change after the year 1500? This was news to me. Yeah, there was this little Protestant Reformation, but like, meh, don't worry about it. No one cares. Reformation, unimportant. Don't think about it. Didn't cause major wars across Europe. Christianity scuff? Nah, can't be. You'd be surprised. Alright, well, we have now been rambling for 40 minutes about books, so I propose that we actually stick to the category that the Twitch page says we are on, and hop into the video game. But that means first, we probably need to check in on the bingo card. So, last time we were streaming this, on our History Mega Weekend, on launch weekend, we had ourselves... It's a remixed Moon theme. Don't worry about it. Overclocked Remix is a good website with good music and good ethics. And if you like Creative Commons licensed video game music, it's a great place to go find some. Anyway, in our History Mega Weekend, we had a bingo card of history things that we expected to see, or hoped we see, or hoped we wouldn't see. And we're going to see how many of them the video game did. So, over the course of that, we failed to get bingo due to an accident of layout. We got unlucky with it, but we did make good progress on blacking out this board. With too many Torii, with the museum replica just dropped into the video game, with the reenactment of a famous historical event in the, well, there were several of them, with an ukiyo-e print, several hundred years before ukiyo-e prints are supposed to exist, with a random obsession with the tenets of Bushido as they were codified in the 19th century, not in the 16th, with a reference to the films of Akira Kurosawa, which took us about 3.5 seconds to get, with a bunch of question marks because we don't know what the hell happened, with some yokai that were really just bandits, and they freaked out about it, and then it was just poachers. We had someone commit Sudoku, live on screen. I did not have it in my bingo card that was going to be Oda Nobunaga, but it kind of comes with a famous historical event. That was a twofer. We got Ninja Shit TM in exactly 3 seconds. We had an extremely dramatic duel. We had Wandering Pain in the Ass Ronin. We had the word honor thrown in without any justification or sense. We had an obsession with this foreign person having a true Japanese spirit in a montage with Yasuke. Darkcast, that's truly something happens where we are left speechless with confusion. I don't actually remember what that was, but we sure did. Jakista, because I didn't expect that Oda Nobunaga was going to die that quick. I didn't really think that the Honnoji incident was going to be the end of Act 1 of the game. I thought that would be like final boss territory. But no. And then, we did not get anything checked off for the anime reference. However, after the stream, our guest last time, Caitlin Ugaritz, said, hey, I found something. And it is a man in an overturned vegetable cart. My radishes! Is Avatar The Last Airbender an anime? No, I will die on this hill. Does this count for the purposes of the bingo card? Absolutely yes. Really? Now a sprint on the roof is explicitly a Naruto reference. Yep, no, yep. If devs say, yep, we're just Naruto running IRL. We got a bingo. We did it. Aren't you proud of us, chat? Yay! We did the thing. We're so good at this. That means we had a bingo the whole time. Wait, hang on. That means we got a bingo on day 1. And it was only because we weren't confident in ourselves that we didn't sign it off. Dang nabbit. But, having checked out the bingo card, it's lurking. It's right there. We still could hit the button. Yeah, Honor was day 1. Darkcast? Good question. Like, if folks want to continue with that game, I'm more than happy to. I typically only stream 2 days a week, occasionally 3 days a week, because, you know, that full-time job. The downside of having a very fun job sometimes, is that I actually have to, like, show up for it. So, I typically only stream weekends. And South of Midnight drops on Tuesday. So just in case you were wondering what we'll be streaming next weekend, which, by the way, in contradiction to what I said yesterday, I will be streaming normal 12th, 13th next weekend. Yeah. Guess what we'll be playing there? It's gonna be South of Midnight. Because that game looks so sick. I want that Deep South Folktale Gothic. Yes, please inject it straight into my veins. So, yeah. I don't know, Darkcast, but we may try and do some cozy evening streams of us in the spreadsheet. Probably won't be this week because this week is spicy at work. I'm installing a new exhibit, and that means I'll be fully wiped out all the way through till that's open. But maybe we'll try and pick that up like week of the 14th with some evening streams. Because yeah, as I said at the beginning, I did not expect that stream to do well. I didn't expect people to be going like, yes, this is the Twitch.tv content that we wish to see in our lives. But y'all clearly did, and so I'm more than happy to keep giving it to you. Yeah, I'll mull that over. It'll be good. Okay. Enough yapping. I believe we have some stabbing to do. God, I forgot I had blocked how dumb the reverse grip katana is. I'm going to be real. I had blocked it. I blocked that from my memory. I got jump scared by it as during the loading screen. Grabbing a katana like that is... Yep. I don't remember what any of these quests are. Oh boy. I have completely forgotten. Who is everybody? Where were we? It's been over a week. I have forgotten literally everything about all my everything. So, what's our... I suppose, let's talk our main story, recap, try to remember what the hell we were doing. So, welcome to the corkboard. Yay, random anomalies, weeklies. Gotta get our weeklies done. So, we play as two characters. We have Naoe, the daughter of Nagato Fujibayashi. Historical-ish, kind of, famous ninja alongside Hattori Hanzo. Offline games have weeklies now? Oh yes, Assassin's Creed has had weeklies since Origins? Gotta get that engagement. You feel, me too. I'm there with you. I remember when the game was a thing that you bought physically and it just worked. And it'd be sure something. We also play as an actual historical figure, Yasuke, retainer to Oda Nobunaga, who historically gets captured by Akechi Mitsuhide after the Honoji incident, gets given back to the Jesuits and Alessandro Valignano, and disappears from the historical record. Now you pay $90 and still don't get the full game. You're so right. By the way, shoutouts to Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders being indefinitely postponed to the United States because tanking the global economy for shits and giggles is a good time. Yeah, I got nothing. So, Nobutsuna, random assassination mission. I don't remember anything was going on. Anyway, so the game opened in 1579 with the Oda Nobunaga's absolute torching of Iga province and the Iga Iki, which is a actual historical event that happened. And yeah, we then proceeded to progress a little bit, or not, 1579, 1581. 1581, isn't it? And then, Naoe, being very upset about this, given that her dad died, meets up with this new military order, who are the Templars for this game. These are, by the way, the Templars for the game. They have a stupid name, we don't worry about them. And they kill her dad in front of her, and everyone's very sad about this. So she goes on an extremely well-intentioned, definitely not problematic revenge quest. And to do that, allies with a certain Akechi Mitsuhide. Now, just one small problem. Oh, Dark, I've got great news. As a professional with multiple graduate degrees in history who works in history communication as like their full-time job. Same. Don't expect me to get dates right. No one needs to know numbers. Numbers are fake. We exclusively calculate things in Anno Mundi here. Which were like, what, 7,500? We're in like 75 something right now, by that metric. Don't worry about it. So yeah, we allied ourselves with, right, Akechi Mitsuhide, who was extremely trustworthy and reliable as a retainer trust, gave us leads on how to assassinate 2 people, and said, hey, I know who's behind the whole thing. I know who this man is. It's Oda Nobunaga. So we're gonna go stab Oda Nobunaga. And so we do, and we rush in, all dramatic like, and we go and yell at Oda Nobunaga, and Oda Nobunaga's like, what? What are you talking about? I literally have no clue what's going on. My goal is to unify Japan at all, by every necessary cost. And now it's like, wait, shit. We've been tricked! We've been bamboozled! And then, Oda Nobunaga committed seppuku. And then there was an extremely well-written and heartfelt thing between Naoe and Yasuke, and they set aside their differences and the fact that Yasuke killed her mentor and was extremely involved with the raising of her province. And now they're getting along just fine and dandy. And so we are now running around trying to check up on Nobunaga's allies and retainers, make sure that these jerks don't end up stabbing anyone else, and try and bring Akechi Mitsuhide to justice. Now, historically, Akechi Mitsuhide is already dead. Because Toyotomi Hideyoshi was extremely efficient in hunting him down. But we're not going to worry about that, because that's what we call dramatic narrative license. And I stand the drama. I vibe with the drama. We're just going to acknowledge that Silly Hat Man was extremely good at his job and obliterated Akechi Mitsuhide. So actually, you're still on the main villain is the previous Shogun train. I am more than half tempted to say no, because I think it's Alessandro Valignano. I think it's a Jesuit plot the whole time. That's my cold read. I mean, right, let's just say Akechi survived and went into hiding. Just like Yasuke didn't get captured by Akechi Mitsuhide. Instead, he's actually going around doing stuff. It's fine. It's actually totally fine. Anyway, let's see. What are our current jobs? Our current options are, 1, we could head over and try to find Yasuke's mentor, Nobutsuna. We could help out the Lady Oichi, Nobunaga's sister. And then try and take out all these corrupt people in Omi Prefecture or Omi Province. Or we could follow Naoe and go meet up with a famous historical figure, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Chat, what do we want to do? Do we want to stab people? Or do we want to meet up with Tokugawa? Or we could go hunt... No, the yokai are way too strong for us. Can you suggest something else? You can absolutely suggest something else. Are the yokai... Are some of the yokai weak enough for us to take on? Because the Yuki Onna gave us the level marker of death. So we want to get a few more before we feel okay about that. It looks like for the most part we're close. Oh yeah, okay. Level 38. So we can do pretty much all of them except for the Yuki Onna. I pretty much just picked the hardest one first. So which yokai did you want us to do? The Kappa? Go Suika no Bakemono. Wait, isn't this the watermelon demon? Yeah! Let's do it! Hell yeah! I have no idea who this is. Reported in Setsu. Okay. In northern Yawada Plains. In Suikalands. Well, scouts. Did you say watermelon? Can we wear something historically attested? Yeah, we can totally do that. Did you say watermelon? I did say watermelon demon. We'll get a codex entry about it when we kill it. We'll talk about it when we kill it. Or when we get the codex entry. But yes. A Suika is a melon. And so it's literally the ghost of melons. That's them. Can we wear something historically attested? So step 1. Play as the person who's historically attested. Then choose historically attested things of not that. We'll take a nerf for this. I believe in us. Archer outfit. Because this is actually attested for mounted archery as like the tournament garb. It's extremely goofy and kind of utterly pointless. But I love it dearly. And then for our hat, well, we kind of only have 2 options right now. We can either have the aggressively fancy Kabuto helm, or we can have this basically Ronin. Right, this is part of the stereotypical garb for a Ronin, is that instead of wearing a helmet, they wear a straw hat. They wear a bucket on their head. We also are going to have that... Look, the name is stupid. The name is extremely stupid. But hell yeah, that's one heck of a weapon. And the most historically attested samurai weapon. Gun. I don't remember if I have any bullets right now. So, there's that. But I'm sure we can figure that out without too much hassle. If we're going to do this, though, I do want to upgrade some of my stuff. So, let's try... Yes, Heiji? C-Shop. Engrave equipment. Upgrade our things. We'll upgrade to... I guess max is there. Oh wow, that uses a lot of resources. That's fine. That's a lot of gun. That's a lot of gun. Remember the female version of the Archer has a defense plate for the single boob? Because the string of the bow would hit and it would hurt real bad. Darkcast, yes, it does disappear. I think it disappears with anywhere the face is covered. So that way you can actually see the face. I did want to engrave something, but that's fine. Ah, there. I would like to engrave... our guns. Aw. Suppress firing noise? We can do stealth gun. Stealth gun, stealth gun, stealth gun, stealth gun. Hello, Jay Pasco. Sadly, we don't actually have stealth gun. There. How goes the quest to gather all the animal friends? We're working on it. And by working on it, I mean, I mean, for the most part, upgrading our stuff and hanging out. No, 20% armor damage. Just, like, roll. Absolutely obliterate, people, because, yeah. And then I would like to, nope, that's dismantle. Upgrade. That katana I just got, I would, in fact, like to upgrade it to 23. And then, we can upgrade some of our armor. I'd actually really like to upgrade this one. Because that's a crazy good piece of armor. But we'll also upgrade the one that we've got equipped at least a little bit. And then, I think that leaves us good. That leaves us in pretty good shape, though I think we can upgrade this pretty straightforwardly. Yeah. Gotta say, our hat does not seem optimal for situational awareness. True, but it's not the silliest hat. Right? We've got a monk running around with the full hat. Well, how very, sensible of you. I would love if I could restock... Oh, wait. Somewhere in here I can Well, we're going to fast travel, so that's going to be fine. We can restock all of our things at the fast travel point. Which we're going over there, which means I want to go to this one. So, well, less stupid than the non-cutting edge, you're still guessing serration on a katana is bad. Is this serrated? No, it's not. It's just got the edge like it's supposed to. But yes, if it was serrated, I'd be like, hey guys, what are we doing? Cool. Can I just accept these without... Manage allies, access storage, refill supplies. Good. We are full on bullets. Oh, one of the other ones we have, is bad and stupid. Great. I love that for us. But yes, not a serrated weapon. Right, well, flavors of serration exist on a variety of sorts historically. Right, you could look at, like a mail breaker. Or, like, not a mail breaker, sword breaker, which is a type of dagger that's got big old grooves in it. A flame-bladed weapon, right, which there's varieties, mostly, like, longsword-size things. And then you, various... I mean, like survivalist knives, basically. Overwhelmingly, serration just ruins your cutting ability. Like, it turns it from slicing into tearing. And while tearing is useful situationally, it's bad when your goal is to lop off something. And so you don't do it. Found in summer or fall. Wait, hang on. No, it's winter. God damn it. That sucks so much. This is the right spot, but it's the wrong season. This is so sad. Anyway, leap of faith! Ow. Oh, look at all these supplies that are here for me. Me and me specifically. Hello. Oh, that is just... Goodbye. There we go. Did I mention that Yasuke is extremely fun to play as? Dynamic fabric, right? No, they have full dynamic cutting. It's really quite something. I continue to be somewhat surprised by this, but most things have dynamic. Like dynamic slicing on bamboo, on materials. It's not a... They do actually track that, and it's like, well... What do you mean? Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance lives again. Huh. Well... I guess let's... What do you mean? Oh, I'm still in the restricted area, aren't I? Heck. Now let's fast travel. Because the other thing that I wouldn't be fast traveling about for is to advance seasons. Because this seasons thing is not actual... Yes, I need to be in summer or fall. And I am currently in winter. Which is notably not the same thing. And so we, like, part of the point of fast traveling is that provides significant chunks to our... Monkey. They won't let me pet it. Let me love you. Actually, if you don't chase after a macaque like that, it will mess your face up. But yeah, right, fast traveling does advance seasons quickly. And so bouncing around as it's convenient. Very good. Anyway. Aw. That doesn't do nearly as much damage as I hoped it would. Alright, let's swap back to our sword now. Ow. I am not playing good in the slightest, but it doesn't matter. Because why would it matter? Is there no way to X for season? So there is a skip season. But it's got some restrictions. Heck. No, incorrect. Fine, we'll just kick that guy. I'm gonna actually start blocking. Did you know that I actually need to, like, pay attention? Ow. That's a bullet. How dare you? Let's get back into the things. Hello, Zoe. So you hear we got bingo. That is correct. We did, in fact, get a bingo. Because... Actually, we went from none anime reference to 2 anime reference all at one go at the start of stream, because we got confirmation, firstly, that the Naoi's rooftop run is actually a Naruto run. It's not just a generic run that may or may not be inspired by certain famous animes. It is a Naruto run. And secondly, Caitlin, after the stream we had with her, looked at it, I was like, found on her own playthrough, a Avatar The Last Airbender reference. And while I do not think that Avatar The Last Airbender counts as an anime, for the purposes of the bingo card, that is absolutely the spirit of what we are going for. And so we take those. Nope, not that one. Heck, stop. Get on the horse. Haunts. Hey, if you want to gamble away your channel points, gamble on whether we'll get an Orientalism. .jpg. From what you thought I found the hidden command to use Snow Angels, we could probably flail around and do Snow Angels. We certainly leave an impact in the snow. With a series of very precise button presses. Are we clearing anomalies by doing violence? Is that really how we're engaging with mechanics here? Is that actually the plan? Oh no, it's just, sorry, do violence against this one particular guy. Great, great, great. This one guy is not supposed to be here. Incredible news. We kind of... We kind of know what's up, in that there was a guy who was not supposed to... There was a guy who was, for whatever reason, an anomaly. And so we're cleaning up an anomaly. Did we just... Raps, did you just start the... Will we ask Saeed if he sees this mess? Outfit of the famed Ronin. How does this compare to our current... Well, it is egregiously fancy. Now, I respect it. Look at the satin. Look at the yellow. Look at the random nonsense. Is this actually what historical Ronin wore? I couldn't actually tell you, but it is at least in the right vein of dress as awfully and garishly as possible. And that counts for something, surely. Anyway, so much for that. So much for what we have accomplished. We have so many points that we could be spending. Because we have rank 4 fans. We have rank 4 fancy. More ammunition, please, and thank you. And then we go samurai. We don't have either of these. Stagger all enemies. We'll do that. I don't really care about Battlecry that much, but it is a fun thought. Bow, long katana, what have we got? Oh, that's funny. Those are all very good. I enjoy that immensely. And, sorry, could I... Do I have to actually swap to play as Nawe to affect Nawe's skills? That's dumb and silly and sad. I don't enjoy that one bit. Okay, so much for those. What else are we trying to do? We have to skip some seasons before we're able to take on the Suikono Bakemono. But we could take on a Kappa in the Genbu Highlands near a haunted village. Ta-da! And of course, this is the area where I was like, I don't need to worry about, I don't need to do it, I'll just... go over here. Huh. Wolfie, are they... Do you... What? I've never heard of this before. Did we get EU momented? That would be quite funny. Other EU people, how's your fake gambling going? I'm curious if this is a Netherlands-specific thing. If it's specifically the Dutch are banned from gambling. Or if this is EU generalized. Even funnier is half the ads you get on YouTube are for real gambling. That is very funny. Yeah. No. Right there with you. That's extremely silly. And thank you for reminding me to drink, well, in this case, coffee. So the hydration value is marginal, but, it's better than nothing. Cow. Look at it. It's so fluffy. I can't pet the cow. Chat, this is so sad. Currently. Why can't we pet the cow? I don't know, Jakista. We've been scammed. This game has lied to us. It thinks that cows aren't good enough to deserve pets. And I'm quite mad about it. Life is simply not fair. Also, hello. Hello, Ray. Okay, we're close. We're close. I believe in us. There probably is an actual road here. But we're going to ignore that and just ride up the river. Until, well, that makes actually perfect sense. Wait, hang on. I was like, yes, let me fight the... There's probably a road that will lead to the Kappa. You know, the, water spirit that drowns people. And I was like, wait a minute. What? What do you mean I will come back? I don't want to come back some other time. If that has a seasonal restriction too, I'm going to be so mad. Going to have a no good, very bad time. Give me some content in winter. I know winter is not the most, you know, present and thrilling time of year. Is it nighttime only? It might be nighttime only. Dunno. In the meantime... Ow, did you shoot me? How dare you? I am the only one allowed to cast gun. Stop it. Let me do this. Stop auto-targeting! Auto-targeting needs to go away. Looked up, it's nighttime only. Oh. The text did say it only appeared at night, so I'm just illiterate. That's fine. No, I can respect the... I am illiterate. I have no problems with that. Also recommended Naue, but what if I want to play as Yasuke and just bully people? Game can't tell me what to do. Anyway, how's this aggressively haunted village doing? How's this extremely obviously climbable spot doing? Oh, right. Yasuke's bad at climbing. I may have to swap to Naue to be able to get to the top of the thing. But I love Naue. I mean, I do too. They're both extremely good characters. But there's something just intrinsically satisfying about actually being able to go in and say, hey. Puppy. Wait. Sorry, I got distracted. They're both extremely good characters, but I like it being a deliberate playstyle to do the Assassin's Creed Valhalla strategy of be an unstoppable badass and actually justify that narratively with a separate character. It's very good. I am a very big fan of it. Okay, there's the puppy. Look, he's so squished. Oh, look, he's so chubby. Oh, hi. Hello. He's such a He's such a chubby baby. How are we feeling about 4 seconds of Silk Tongue news? The clown makeup. We have never seen more clown makeup in one location. Like, actually record amounts of clown makeup. Right, but if it actually releases this year, the clown makeup market will be in shambles. Low-key, I'm kind of more hype for... It's weird, after all this time, to be like, yeah, I'm more hyped for Path of Radiance being released from Retro Jail. But, like, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance has been released from secondhand market jail. You know how huge this is? Right, as someone who is perpetually wearing, it still costs $500 to play Path of Radiance, but now you get a console. You understand. It'll be very good. I will be very pleased. There it is. It's just on a thing. It's just on a thing. Alright. FE4 remaking. True, it me. I want to be very clear. That's also me. And, yep. Look at it. Look at it. I won't disturb him because I respect the rule of law here. And the rule of law is very clear about what you do to kitties who are having a snooze. It's so tempting to just completely bother that cat. But I will not. I will be better. We respect the EP. And having respected it, we proceed to meditate. That's right, we use fake names for stuff. Yay! We get a knowledge. 1 knowledge for our efforts. They have only been seen at night. Can I pass time in any substantive way? Like, I've been running around for a good bit here. I've been trying to kill time. It has been failing. We should optimize our equipment and stats then, huh? If we're gonna do this, we should definitely look at upgrading some of our stuff. Tanto. I still want to use the Tanto. But, you know, that's a pretty good weapon. Is there a thing for skipping time? I don't know. Oh. I apparently have not upgraded this past level 12. So, we'll equip that one for right now. Because, yep. Oops. That probably explains why I'm doing so badly, as I was using... Tiny monkey. I wish to have you in my life forever. No. Is there a skill for skipping time? I don't actually know if... Because, right, you were able to just... In Valhalla, you could just meditate whenever for some reason. And it would just work. And that was pretty cool of it. And then they were like, that's too convenient. So we'll have a fully fleshed out season system. But no, you cannot change the time of day. Right? That plant is accurate to the... Exactly. No, right? Flora and fauna in this game is, incredibly good, actually. And that's something the team has been good at for quite a... Well, not in Origins, but in Odyssey, Valhalla, and... And the small bushes with red flowers are Japanese... Mahonia. That's very cool. Whoops. I missed. Where did you go? I don't know where the other guy even went. Ah, he's over there. Okay. Seriously, did I just auto-target to miss? Well. Don't worry about it. One, two, three. Should have 2 more knives. Only one of these guys is scary. Bright Origins, they were not amazing at how they were doing everything. But flora and fauna wise. But in everything the other ones, right, Odyssey, Valhalla, Mirage, and now this, the Assassin's Creed team is really good at environment. It's probably one of their best points. Like, one of their most consistently phenomenal bits of building their environment is just how damn good they are at doing physical landscapes. Right, I remember there was some stuff where like their flora in Origins was kind of all over the place. But a lot of the other cat things, yeah, have just been extremely good. So was there actually anything here, or was that just kind of for fun? Congratulations, I killed 4 whole bandits. Be proud of me. It feels an awful lot like that was a region that existed to have 4 bandits in it. Right, the Guardians were so good. I have important news, chat. Every time. They get me every single time. I'm just going to pick you up and steal you. Right? It's always interesting to me, right, this is not really a critique of Assassin's Creed as a genre or anything, but it is really interesting to me that, like, in their building historical settings, they seem to have some amount of information that really clearly suggests. Okay, we're getting close. It's definitely getting darker. Right, there's some flavor of information that suggests, yeah, doing environments well is crucial to creating the world in a believable way. Right, some amount of landmarks, hence why they have Osaka Castle, even though Osaka Castle has not been built yet. Right, you need some number of famous landmarks. And oh yeah, that is totally. With the one there and the one back. Yeah, no, that is 100% Naruto. Right? So yeah, they're like specific buildings and environment are like, we do those two things, we are going to have an immersive space to play with. And so they invest an egregious amount of effort into that work. And I confess that I'm not always super sure, like, they must have something that says that that instinct is worth it. Because, I mean, like, let me be clear, damn pretty game. Super glad they're putting in that work. What are you doing? You're sitting in a snowbank. Botmaster, yes, they had the Lofoten Islands in the Vestfold. Give me a scout back. But yeah, so they had kind of northern Norway, in the Lofoten Islands, in southwestern Norway. So that was a bit, that's a bit scuffed, right? Actually, that's a really good example of a case where all of their research, all of their things, contradicted with the set of signs that they wanted to create. And that led to just really weird things happening. Right? They put an egregious amount of effort into an environment that is, for the region they're depicting, factually wrong. And yeah, I don't know what to do with that information. I mean, I means I'm glad to see that the teams did better with this one, and there's a lot of very small details that it feels like they have done very well. But yeah, it's funky. I see we have a gamble. Is it on still? We have not invoked Saeed yet. Admittedly, we also haven't been... doing a ton... We haven't been doing very much plot, either. So, you know, make of that what you will. Right? It also, I agree, it makes cases where they like have egregious errors of fact in the history all the more noticeable. Yo. Bija Mountain? That'd be pretty hype. Yeah, we got a new kill low health on headshot. Well, that's a pretty good engraving. Thank you, War God, for giving us gun. I am a big fan of that. They let us cast gun. Why is there a shiny? Why is there a shiny? Who are you? It is a mystery. But yeah. I don't have answers there. I don't have a fully coherent thought. But it's like I love that it gets all the ecology nerds out there excited because, you know, I'm there with you. But it makes the places where there's errors stand out even more starkly, and it makes the places where the environments falter stand out even more strongly. Yeah. It also feels very detectable when the animals, right, given that the plants are also good, and they have all the right species of animals, and then the animals don't interact in any way that feels like, remember in Valhalla when there was does it count as nighttime yet? We may be in business. They didn't say I'll come back later. Right, but when there was a bunch of wolves that were stalking a deer, except they weren't. Damn it. It's not nighttime yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. What is Bishamon doing here? He should have been assassinated by Twilight Ninjas already. True. Uesugi Kenshin claiming he is... Did he claim he was a reincarnation of Bishamon or an avatar? Like an avatar of Bishamon? He did something... I don't remember exactly what the language used is, but like... Yeah, he's dead. Wolves stalking deer except they weren't. Explain. So we saw a bunch of wolves, and we attacked a bunch of wolves, and then we walked 50 meters, and there was a whole herd of deer just hanging out. And the wolves, instead of stalking the deer, chose to attack us. And it's like, guys, what are you even doing? I would add to this oh so exciting things like the whale skeleton that we found in Northumbria. Like, landlocked mountain Northumbria. Literally, how dark does it need to be now, eh? How nighttime do we need to be? Yeah, that was in AC Valhalla. Yeah, they had a whale skeleton up in the mountains. Valhalla was an interesting experience for everybody. We're literally just killing time now. Because I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna leave and then try and come back to this godforsaken corner of the map that's not close to anything in order to hunt this again. When we're right there. Also, true, they did call a hyena a wolf. And they did have an American moose. Or... No, what was it? They had an American elk in Norway, and because they saw the word elk and put in an elk instead of putting in a moose. So we wound up with an American elk in Norway. Because the Norwegian, the word elg means moose. And they appear to have simply not done that. Oh. We have a bunch of mastery points. Oh, we don't have a bunch of mastery points. We only have 2 mastery points? What do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, is it nighttime yet? I can see stars. If I look in just the right spot, I can see stars. Now I can the moon is up. There are stars in the sky. There's the Milky Way. There are so many stars. Give this to me. Look at how nighttime it is. There's a full moon, like there's so... Just give it to us. Let me stab something. It's... Okay. This is fine. I'm going to take a little road trip. I'm going to run up to the nearest to the temple that this is leading towards. If I can remember what direction that is. And then we'll run all the way back down. Do we have an in-game time? I don't think so. I've got a season. I've got seasons. Yeah, that's the best I've got. Is I've got seasons. So we're going to run all the way up here. And we're going to get up to the viewpoint. Where we're going to enter the temple. And we're going to... Tanuki. We're going to get distracted by a Tanuki. A little circle meter around the compass. It is progression through the season. So that is how far we are until we get the next season change. You think that's a fox? You think this is a fox? There are foxes in this game. Oh, good. And it's now a snowstorm. Good. Because I wanted to freeze to death while attempting to fight. Wait, hang on. We're good. Snowstorm ended. We're free of it. We escaped. We're so back. I know now it's cold too, but you are small children. You are small children. I am not going to attack small children. Thank you for making it so that we do not have to attack the small children. I cannot even lock onto them. We're just racing the children. This is children playing a game. Like, this doesn't even check off the bingo. It's literally just children playing a video or playing a little game. Now, for this one, are there surprise bandits? Yes. Now we get to check it off. Now we get to check off the yokai are just... Oh good, at least now it's a dumbass. Proud of her. Nope. Proud of her. She fully was like, hang on, wait. I was fully mistaken. Right? Incredible character moment. What if our lead was a dumbass? I'm so pleased with our existence right now. Do I even know what quest this is? Yay! Green, yes, but these were simply misguided children. Yay! It's a good thing she can read my, right? That's what I'm saying. We can't get that one yet, though I wish we could. I guess. How do I want to do this? What order of things do I want to do here? I suppose that what I want to do is... Depends on whether you could kill them. You certainly couldn't. This game is pretty good about not letting you assault children. And I do actually quite respect that about it. Because why? Why would I want to do that? If it could let me, I would ask it to not. But we are not going to be able to do this one anytime soon. So, let's try and use all our scouts here before our season changes in order to locate some other things. Well, actually, I don't know where any of these places are. Harima is down here. Northeastern Kakagawa estuary. Last spotted near an onsen. So, I'm just gonna hard read it as right there. I'm so good at video games, guys. And now we go back over here. In Tamba. Which is somewhere. It's Harima. Tamba! Rumored to be in the Silverlands. In... Kabazaka Village. So we're gonna commit 2 scouts to this. Nope, 2 scouts. And I whiffed. Understandable. Alright. Fair and reasonable. We tried. We made attempts. We'll unlock that one too. Huh. I'm very, very happy for you. That, you get Tanuki in the country when the rest of us don't. That's wonderful. I love that. Ukrainian Tanuki. And because we cleared the halfway point in the season, we are now transitioning out of winter, theoretically. Theoretically. Or we can transition into winter, but again, that's cool and fine. I guess. Here I was being like... Ow. Season has changed. Are you sure Video game. Video game? Are you 100% certain? Because it sure looks like winter. I'm going to say it. It looks pretty wintry to me. Whee! I would love to transition it into spring. Because as pretty as this is, I read that seasons are measured based off real time. And so unless if you do something that triggers a season change, it's like 3 hours per season except winter, which is 2 hours. Presumably because we think winter is, boring. Whee! Well, no one needs to see anything. Let's go. And now we can just quietly ride all over this way. And be on our way. Not second winter. Well, y'all look like you had a great time here. Good party? Apparently it was a good party. They're not answering. They're fully asleep. Hey, Tokugawa-san, you should talk to your guards. They're sleeping on the job. They had a really good party. Definitely didn't get stabbed. Nope. What? Did you want to talk to me about something? What? Did you want to ask me about something? All right. Uji Tawara. Nobunaga's dead, so they think they can drink without getting stabbed in the middle of the night. Unfortunately for them. Tea production in Uji Tawara. Oh, these are tea fields, aren't they? That's lovely. Well, let's switch to our sword. Look at all these guys doing ninja TM shit. Look at them flip. Look at these sick flips. Wait, watch these guys go. Look at them go. Whee! Oh. Did you know flipping is not good against guns? Ow. Backflip into a bullet. Exactly. Smoke bomb! Surely you can just flip over the barrel and trajectory, right? Exactly. Anyway, let's meet famous historical figure. Yes. Gassing up Hattori Hanzo. Go, I'll keep glazing this extremely minor figure. Let's go. That explains why this is a Naoe quest. Oh, this is literally Mie Prefecture Tourism Board glazing, and many other sources, right? Long before them, but the ancestors of the Mie Prefecture Tourism Board, and Hattori Hanzo's descendants, being very good at gassing him up and having Hattori Hanzo escort Tokugawa Ieyasu out of the Kansai through Iga province after the Honnoji incident. Wait, are we glazing? They literally reference the saying. No, Ieyasu glazing. The thing that tripped me up was that Ieyasu did swear allegiance to Hideyoshi quite quickly. Tokugawa glazing is probably the most common Yeah. So what's the actual history going on here? So the actual history that actually, like the thing that is very well attested, is that after the Honnoji incident where Nobunaga dies, Ieyasu does flee to his holdings in the Kanto region. Because that's Ieyasu's actual power base. He does not own a lot of land in the Kansai. He owns a lot of land in the Kanto. So he retreats back there to consolidate his own power base and make sure that he does not get assassinated. Hideyoshi, in the months after the Honnoji incident, proceeds to capture and execute Akechi Mitsuhide and completely consolidate all claims to being the most powerful lord in Japan. And so Ieyasu, despite owning more land, because here's the deal with Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi was not an aristocrat. He was a peasant who was raised into nobility by Nobunaga. Ieyasu is an extremely landed aristocrat. Like, incredibly landed. Is probably, like, certainly top 3, arguably top 1 landowner in Japan. He owns so much land. And so he swears allegiance to Hideyoshi. He's not really interested in picking a fight with Hideyoshi because Hideyoshi's a better military commander. And so he just kind of waits for Hideyoshi to die and pretty quickly manages to set himself up in 1598 as the shogun, right? The general for the subjugation of barbarians, or the daishogun of Japan. I need to stop hitting that button. And so yeah, he is incredibly politically savvy. And manages to do a thing. Manages to proceed to completely launder his reputation by just inheriting all of Hideyoshi's military work. So this is the man that ends the Sengoku Jidai and brings us into the Edo period. Right here. That's him. He also gets credited for creating the isolationism policy, but as we talked about last time, but I'll quickly recap, that's applying things 3-4 rulers after Tokugawa Ieyasu to Ieyasu himself. He actually is just really concerned about the Jesuits and Dutch dragging, specifically rumors that Jesuits coming out of the Philippines were actually spies for Spain in preparation for an assault on Japan. And so he restricts Jesuit ability to enter the country, and that gets expanded and expanded and expanded by his son, grandson, and then I think the line jumps. Don't quote me on that. But basically his next 3 successors all expand that. I mean, Spain did think of invading China. Literally was actual practice of convert people to Christianity, report back to Spain, colonize, do a colonialism. So I can't even say that was paranoia so much as not trusting 17th century Spain is good practice. Just don't do it. Invade China so they can flank the Ottomans. That's big brain. That's big brain right there. Oh good, do we get lore? Plot. Hattori Hanzo advocating that we just let the Templars have an Apple of Eden. Give us the lore. Give us the lore.
込み入った話だ。語ることも得意でないゆえ、お主の母のことは正康同様よく知っておった。弟と親しかったのか。わしらは何もかもが違っておった。高貴な生まれの戦の天才と何もない地侍の子。それでも兄弟のようであった。それがどうして。
They referenced G Samurai. I don't know what they're saying for Fujibayashi's. Who exactly is he supposed to be related to be higher ranking in the Iga Iki than a G Samurai? But you know, whatever. Hanzo, stop it.
半蔵殿のような力に飢えた鬼の道具になれと。わしは幽霊を追いかけはせぬ。お主が知らぬことはまだ多い。言葉遊びはもうよい。 父の形見を振り回しておるが、お主はその刃が何なのかも知るまい。
なら教えよ。
つゆと似ておる。わしはつゆの心も変えられなかった。それがお主の道ならば、一人で行くがよい。
Stop being cryptic! Good God, when are we going to get the meta plot?
中に求める答えがあろう。わしはもう行く。雇い主が待っておるのでな。それとなおえ、再びわしに刃を向けることあらば、この手で殺すぞ。
This man is so cryptic.
大事ないか。
わからん。怖いんじゃろうか。
お主はそれがしの知る誰より武勇に秀でたものだ。そのことを忘れるな。
わかった。安家、この先は私一人でやらなくて。
Right?
いつかは心に秘めたものに向き合わねばならぬ。だが忘れるな。何をなすにも仲間がついておるぞ。
Yasuke, 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 Yasuke. Yasuke, Yasuke.
さあ、仕事があるのであろう。早く行け。
Reach the Tomb of the Ancients. Yes? Please tell me more. Like, yeah, no, yeah. Tell me everything. Meta plot incoming? That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for so... Actually, more than the Orientalism. There's a chance. There's a chance. I'm hoping for Jomon period material. I mean, they should... It's given that it's in a coffin. I expect that they'll have coffin period material. I bet it's the one we found a while back with the hidden blade lock. Yeah. Right. It's in a coffin. I should expect coffin material culture. But there's a chance... Yeah, it is this one. Space Nerd, you are exactly right. There's a chance. Well, the top of it's broken, and we have Haniwa right now, so, Haniwa, go burr. And then we run around to the extremely suspicious question mark, which is directly below us. So that's not it. We're doing weird slippy slides. The thing down there must be like an actual, like, thing down in there. Oh, right, there's the big lantern. And then we run in here. And we sneak. But... Oh, is this one they've actually already done? Huh. Old coffin scroll. Well, there's something. But I'm still hoping we get a random Dogu. Would it be in the wrong spot? Yes. Do I think that should stop them? Maybe. Would it give us bingo? You know it. We do get a incorrect sword. So that's something. Anything back that way? No. Okay. Whee! And we swing.
持っておってよかった。よほど人目を忍びたかったらしいな。
And then we steal some stuff. Fabulous. That stealing stuff definitely, yep. As it should be. And then we'll go for a wee bit of a swim in the completely non-stressful, safe to perform cave diving. You know. Thing that you absolutely never have to worry about. Hang on, hang on, hang on. There's a thing to steal. I mean, I really don't mind the it takes until Act 2. Like, in order to get the Creed going, because they spent Act 1 giving us a personal stake in it. And it's like, that hasn't happened in a while. So how can... Oh, this is the one we've already looted, even. Well, that's kind of a shame. This isn't the... But way down at the end of this was the... Exactly, right? It took... We got introduced to the concept very quickly, but like... Didn't actually... understand what any of it meant or give a shit about any of it until quite late. Alright, so we're not going to... So it looks like we're probably not going to get a lot. Oops. I'm just going to break some honeywood, don't worry about me. Right, this is the double swing. Thank you, game. Very good. Very chill of you. This is fine. Right? Exactly. The ones that people hold up as the greatest ones have major plot points of people just really not giving much of a shit about the Creed. So that seems to be a feature, not a bug. Hello, yes, please light it up. Oh, right there. We can climb. And having climbed, we can do something. We can run up this way. Then we can slide down this way. We can be like, wow. Look at that. I could have just gone over the thing. He sure does. Amazing that everything else has rotted except for this one pristine thing. What do you mean a battle between Ronin and Shinobi? Game? Game, what do you mean? I swear they're using Ronin as, like, mercenary, dirty work samurai words instead of someone. Right? They're not using it to mean a samurai who is not sworn in fealty to any particular daimyo. It means all Ronin are Templar and all shinobi are assassins. Duh. True and real.
この台座に箱を置いておったんじゃろうか。ジン、チ、ユウ。昔、弟の稽古で教わった徳目と同じじゃ。
What makes that different from a Bushido game? What makes that different? What do you think makes those virtues different from a Bushido? You know, the thing that the samurai are doing. Yes, we have a skull. We have European-bound books. We have scrolls. We have properly bound books. We have more European books. We have a very nice stool, and we have a... I mean, we have a map of Honshu plus associated islands. Except, you know, not? Why? Huh? Why do we have a map that's like Honshu, but no Kyushu? And appears to separate... Either that's supposed to be Hokkaido, in which case there's way too much Hokkaido, or Tohoku is just like separated from the Kanto plain by the power of reasons. Like, what is this supposed to be a map of? Because it's not a map of Imperial Japan. Not in this period. Not assassin. Are you telling me? Look, if you mean to imply from that all of Hokkaido, the Ainu are all assassins, based. But where's Kyushu? That's the one that's baffling me. Where's Kyushu? Where's the other island? Because, right, if this was a map of Imperial, I guess, we'll say, quote-unquote, Imperial Japan, the areas that the Emperor and the Shogun nominally had control over, we should have all of Kyushu, because Kyushu has been part of that territory since the 6th century? 7th century? Meanwhile, Hokkaido, apart from a very small outcropping on the southern tip of Hokkaido, is not until the Meiji period in the 1870s, 1880s. Maybe it's a mountain range and not a map of Japan? No. Like, this is the Kansai. This is indisputably the Kansai. Because, right, heck, directions are hard. Zoom in. That's Sakai. That's Sakai and Osaka right in the center of the screen. Yeah, I'm trying to brainstorm. I think we take this one as an L. I think we take this as a Assassin's Creed history fun fact L. Maybe the map maker was just incompetent. Real? So true. Man, they really love their European-style books, don't they? It's a shame because they have all these lovely books that they could be using instead. And then they're like, hey, tell me the difference between the book on the shelf right now and the book on my shelf right now. Not that you can see it. The microphone is hiding it. Chat, corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. Mine's bigger. Yeah, you know, true. Just cool like that. Thick book you got there. Thank you. It's from 1718. Oh, good. Oh, good. We need a 19th century book. Look at that. Look at that modern bookbinding. Look at that modern bookbinding. Oh, good. We'll have Yasuke read the book because it's written, presumably... I don't even know what it's written in. Oh, okay. They actually do call it a European notebook. I'm not happy about it. I'm not... Look. I'm not happy about it. But they at least did say it's just a European notebook. That being said, the binding is still wrong. The binding looked like it was a much more contemporary binding. Cool. Cool. I mean, the tomb is ancient, but the ancient part of the tomb is a scam. Like, that's just bait. Because there was a battle here, you know, long enough for everyone to desiccate into skeletons, but otherwise not that long ago. Right? This is just an assassin hideout that happens to be connected to an ancient tomb. Well, you look like you died in a very... If you were curled up like that when you died, that must have hurt real bad. You must have been in a lot of pain. Is it? It's... I mean... He has been with the Jesuit. Also, when you know exactly... When you know exactly one person who has a chance of even potentially kind of knowing what this language is, you should go talk to them first, instead of being like, well, no idea, never heard of her, never heard of it. He is at the hideout. Fast travel is unavailable because I am inside the doodad. Let me out! Let me out! Exactly. He was a slave. Oh. Pure. Pure coincidence. So, were we thinking Portuguese or Latin? Latin. Okay. What's this? Why would you... There's no way you can tell that is. Why can you know? Who taught him Latin? The Jesuits sure was shit, wouldn't.
わかったわかった。
The
新たな仲間を
is it just
求める時が来た。今こそ天使様の勅命を果たさねばならぬ。明日、つゆと共に伊賀へ向かい。
why are you thinking accepting contracts from Emperor Gonara?
仲間を探す。噂がまことならば、何にも縛られぬ忍び、桃地三太夫が大名の圧政と戦っている。
帝からの命、そして桃地様。
続きがある。うまくいけば、つゆがこの地に教団の支部、加藤宗を立ち上げるらしい。次が最後の一枚だ。今日旅立つことをつゆに告げた。彼女には箱とその秘密を守ることを任せた。この国の力の均衡は彼女にかかっている。我らは闇に生き、光に奉仕する。
箱とあの箱のことか。
わからぬが、この語り部らの書きぶり。
Why would Katarbera be not writing in Spanish?
弟お母はその誓いのために死んだ。
Why
半蔵の話を
why would he not just write in Spanish?
罪なき者に刃を向ける。
Right now I'm trying to process.
古墳の中でそんな戒めを見つけた。
他者のために戦う良き心の持ち主だったのだろう。彼らが失いし者を探し守るとしよう。もう書きつけがある。丹波、近江、紀、大和に砦を作ると。
そこから探すとしよう。
Are they becoming assassin weeps? Oh yes. Well, I'm just curious. Why are we not? Why? Perfect. Gee, I don't know, chat. I don't know, chat. Feels familiar. So Japanese for definitely not Ezio's out. Definitely, distinctively not Ezio's outfit. So depends on who he expects to read it. It's a personal journal, right? That's the thing. It's according to Yasuke. It's his personal journal, which, you know, on the one hand, I guess he could have been writing like, as is the style for journals in Japan, which is that they're super not private. Or they start private and then become not private. Journals occupy weird spaces literarily. Like, they can be sometimes completely personal, and sometimes definitely intended for public consumption. But yeah, does it have any information about this thing? No. I mean, Ezio was alive 70 years after Revelation, right? So Ezio outfits would not be that weird, right? It's more the fan service of it all. Right, we would have expected the first Japanese assassins to get started with Shao Jun's help and not a Spaniard. Yeah. Could it be more like a logbook? I guess, but unless if he's, I do like a logbook explanation more, but it still begs the question of who's he doing it, like writing it to? It's complicated. Still though, why not just Spanish? Because then you don't need to have Yasuke learn a famously elite, grammatically complex, fourth language. You could just have him be like, oh, this is Spanish. I can make it's going to be a bit tentative. But it's similar enough to Portuguese that I can read it. Also, most logbooks were written in the vernacular. Like, I guess if there's no trust, I don't know, maybe a German's going to be the next one to show up. Maybe a German's going to be the next one to show up here. I'm going to write in Latin just to make sure that whoever shows up next is going to understand me. What archival program did I do? I was at Simmons University in Boston. It's the Masters of Library Science in Cultural Heritage. No problem. Anyway, I guess we should get more metaplot. Oh, we're gonna have to, like, chase the metaplot. Dang it! The Templars would also, not just likely, definitely know Latin. Right, that's all I can think of is, oh yeah, there was a... This is a simulation. Absolutely, yes, this is a simulation. It's always a simulation. It's an Assassin's Creed game. There's rules about these things. Don't worry. Don't worry. They pulled an Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag on us and we're a random schmuck.
There is something different about you. A newfound sense of... The term escapes me. Is it desire? That's for you to define. A path you will trace beyond my guidance. Good. What has been can never truly be erased. Only obscured to those who come next. What once was, is. Waiting. Go. Onward.
Thank you, the guide. Very cool of you. Yep. Thanks for being cryptic. Oh, good. Good.
I swore, among many things, to stay my blade from innocent flesh. As I uttered my oath, I nearly choked on emotion. I felt it sing in my soul. A crude twist of fate, perhaps, that this oath would turn out to be my undoing.
Hey, chat, what do you think the odds are that this guy's a historical figure for some reason? Oh, good. It's not. He's not. He's not. Well, no, Alvaro Cantarabera. But all of the results pulled up Assassin's Creed things, so don't worry, we escaped. We escaped the everyone's a historical figure, that is this game so far. Except Naue. Like, Naue's one of very few non-historical figures in this game, which is actually really fascinating.
Calculation on my part. A young girl, fear and confusion etched into her lifeless eyes. My hidden blade, bright and sticky, with the waxy sheen of her blood. To this day, I do not know her name. It's likely for the best.
Exactly.
One thing to have nightmares, another thing to know them on a first-name basis.
Right, Naue is not real, but your dad is. And Yasuke was. And Luis Frois and Alessandro Velignano were. And Senno Rikyu is. Like, so apart from, you know, some of the assassination targets, and
Nightmare that has pursued me since my excommunication
Naue.
from the Brotherhood. From Spain to far-flung ports.
Oh.
Malacca, Formosa. That song I once felt, that once stirred
Oh.
my heart. Silent. And then Macau, where I was shaken. Briefly from my drunken haze. A discussion between two men. Templars.
talking in the open, boldly, and unquestioned. I listened intently as they spoke of an expedition in the chain of islands they called Japan. They departed, and I followed.
Okay. Reasonable enough way of doing this backstory, and also a reasonable enough way of establishing this. Tsuyu, I guess, yeah, Tsuyu's probably fictional too. But she's dead, so, you know, I think I can accept it from this.
Of 1549, I landed at Nagasaki. The arrival of Francisco Javier's delegation provided ample cover and access. I absorbed as much as I could, testing the
Quite
instrument
famously,
with
one of the
certain
first major Jesuit
I
landings
finally
in Nagasaki.
amongst 3 tenets. Since I stumbled from the path I had covered it for so long, I was wrong. My instincts simply hibernated, waiting for a new war. And in the land of Japan, I had found it. Or it found me. Couldn't fight it alone. I would need allies, soldiers. Progress is slow, but promising. And she is promising as well. A Japanese girl that I saved.
Uh-huh. The backstory. But yeah, right, Francisco Javier is a historical figure, and the landing in 1549 in Nagasaki is a real historical event.
Her arm has shriveled from starvation.
True
I
Jakista.
wonder how her wrist can bear the weight of a hidden blade. But I recognize the look in her eyes.
Also, I don't know why we're having cutscenes from elsewhere in the game. Give me new CGs.
Open her heart to the music that once guided me. A tune I had not expected to hear again. Before my day of atonement comes, I am content to do what I have always done. Kill in the name of freedom. To prove my faith in the name of a brotherhood that will not have me. And the new one I will build. The nightmare, it will subside.
I mean, new CGs are expensive. Yeah. Because the rest of this game wasn't? I feel like at the point where you're sinking this much money and stakes into a game, it's fine actually. Like, I'm just gonna say it. I think you commit to it at that point. It's not like there's a shortage. Exactly. Gosh, now I don't even know what our objectives are. We've got another Jinjiro quest. I love that for us. We've got the assassins in various places. We have... Yasuke has nothing. We've got go stab a bunch of people. Can we see the... No, we cannot. It still is winter. We can't get free of it being winter. Well, I guess let's see. Is he not in the hideout? Is he just out here vibing? Yeah, he is. Of course he is. Why would he not be? That's cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, we're so stylish. But yeah, it has to be summer or fall for us to see Watermelon Guy. And we are currently very stuck in it being winter. Thank you. And now we call our horse. And off we go. Hang on, priorities. Hang on, Wolfie. I see it.
静かに
But we've got to hide in some tall grass to paint an animal first. Because Sumie painting is important. Is it hunting a crayfish? No, a clam. Okay. Aw. What a good bird. Ibis fighting with clam. Sumie completed. A little guy. Exactly. Wolfie, yours. You know there were ibis in Japan? Okay. Well, we have a design diatribe. Give me just a sec to get the Google Docs up and open. Thank you, Wolfie, for this redemption. For anyone who is new here, for 10,000 channel points, once-ish per stream, we can take a break and we can talk some game design, because it's all fun and good to be able to go, yeah, let's nitpick the game, right? Let's talk about it as a historian. What are all the things that it's done weird? But that's not super productive. What is productive is saying, hey, what are some actionable things that I think they could have done differently? And actually try and connect the history and the game in a more interesting way. So thank you, Wolfie, for redeeming that. The question here is, so we've established that AC Shadows is full, and I mean absolutely full, with historical figures. What do we think of their inclusion compared to other Assassin's Creed games and to other historical games? And are there game design lessons that we can take from that? Fantastic question. So, step one. Let's just reiterate. There's so many. Right? For the most part, these are still very elite figures, right? Nobunaga. Hideyoshi. Yasuke, though he's not strictly elite. Tokugawa. Mitsuhide. Etc. Etc. We'll add Valignano. Nuis Royce, etc. Senorikyu. Cool. Basically, every cutscene character who isn't Naue or a Templar. Right? Obviously, there's a lot of random NPCs trying to fill out the identified historical figures. How do we analyze, measure if their inclusion is a net positive, net negative, or just neutral? It's a great question. Right? There are so many. There's a lot of the usual suspects. Right? I mean, let me just try. Oda, Nobu. Let's just start scrolling here. Let's just start scrolling here. Yep. 101 results for games featuring Oda Nobunaga. And this is not even a comprehensive list by any measure. This isn't even close to a comprehensive list. I would probably guess that that number is actually doubled. I'm guessing if you were fully comprehensive, that list would be about double. So that's something. So lots of the usual suspects. Lots that are different, rare, gets scholars of Japan happy. Dark, in your case, we're currently in year 2 of the Year of the Weeb, because I didn't know anything about Japanese history at the start of 2024, and I was just like, let's change that. So the goal had been, is, sort of, as we have time, to work our way through Japanese history in something resembling chronological order through games, and try and learn some stuff together. We got up to the Heian period, and then I realized there were no games set in the Heian period, and I was sad about it. And then we time skipped a bit. We'll backtrack and catch up. We've got to like a Ghost of Tsushima. And, some other stuff. Some Neo in there. Only horror games. Right, you did send me a couple of those. And or far too weeb games. Like, not... There's some that seem suspiciously close to not safe for stream levels of weeb games. So, you know. There are those, but those don't count. Okay? Those don't count. This isn't the channel for horror games. I'm a complete wuss. So, no hurry. No hurry. For, like, gothic horror, yes. Horror, ew. No. Not a fan. Not loving it. There are times. There are times. But. Cozy vibes. Cozy vibes primarily. If the situation calls for it, horror games. But mostly cozy times. I mean, October is a good month for horror games. There are no shortage of horror games in historical settings. I can be persuaded. You can force me to on Patreon once we get through the backlog. But in terms of games that I have a good time streaming, typically not. Typically not. Anyway. Right. Let's pick back up here now that the ad break is done. Basically, right, folks like Sen no Rikyu, people seem really excited about, wow, wait, they actually put Sen no Rikyu in the game. We love him. That's very cool. That's very good. I like that. Or various hideout characters. There we go. So right, there's a handful of like plot characters who are not historical, but there's a lot of plot characters who are historical. So the question is, how does that compare to other games? Assassin's Creed. I mean, right, perfection of AC2's formula? Right, because from Assassin's Creed 2 onward, to greater or lesser extents, there is the idea of your character should interact with really significant historical figures in this period and be involved in historical events. So, in Assassin's Creed 2, you get to meet with Lorenzo de' Medici, Leonardo da Vinci, Caterina Sforza, Rodrigo Borgia. You get a fist fight with Rodrigo Borgia. Make it make sense. Who are some of the others? There's a bunch. Heck, Book Burning Man. Right, Niccolo Machiavelli. Why is his name escaping me? Bonfire of the Vanities. Savonarola. Thank you, Wolfie. Savonarola. Right, you get to be involved in the Pazzi conspiracy. You get to stab Savonarola. You get to fist fight Rodrigo Borgia. Like, you get to interact with a lot of historical figures. But it is not nearly to the level of density, and there is not nearly the level of interrelation between these guys in AC2 or any subsequent AC as there is in this one. There are so many. They are clearly really pretty well versed in terms of the relationships between Oda Nobunaga's court and some of the major people in Oda Nobunaga's circles. And they are putting as many of them as they can justify in. I mean, it's not quality of representation that's the problem, Wolfie. It's quantity of representation. And the interrelation of person to other people, right? What's the relationship of all these characters outside of the metaplot? Outside of their centering around like interactions with Ezio? How well are they representing that network? How well are they modeling that network? And the thing that's really impressing me about Shadows over AC2, most characters aren't aware of or interested in the plot. Right? Lorenzo de' Medici was actively hiring us for assassin's contracts. Leonardo da Vinci was actively helping us out with new tech, new toys, new shenanigans. I mean, Savonarola wasn't, but Savonarola was a threat to everyone around him. Rodrigo Borgia is a Templar. Right? We are overwhelmingly, really, really tightly focused around the main character and their plot. In this game, Sennorikyu has absolutely no relationship to the plot. Oda Nobunaga, who's a Templar? Never heard of him. Never heard of him. No idea. I mean, Akechi Mitsuhide is a Templar, but also his motivation for stabbing Nobunaga was not Templar business. His motivation for stabbing Oda Nobunaga was wanting to stab Oda Nobunaga. Nobunaga's retainer. What's his name? He just died a little bit ago. Heck. Nadia Yasu, the younger one, yeah. The other one that he sent away right before he stabbed himself. Uh, heck. I should know this. I should remember this. Mori. Yeah, Mori something or other. Mori Ranmaru. That's what I'm thinking of. There we go. This is why we look stuff up live and at the same time. Right? Mori Ranmaru. Him. No, cancel. I just want to close that one. Right, a lot of these folks don't care about the plot. They exist because they're people who are in Oda Nobunaga's circuit, should be present at the events that we're talking about, and a lot of care has been taken to make sure that that relationship reflects what we see in our historical source record. Sen no Rikyu, Ieyasu, Mori Ranmaru, etc. Right? So that's a place where it's a definite improvement over other Assassin's Creed games. I mean, I think it's one of the more, I'm going to be honest, I think this is one of the more nuanced and interesting depictions of a lot of, certainly of Nobunaga, that I've seen in games. Full stop. Nobunaga is usually a villain, but the game is really, I mean, it's not worried about is he good or bad. The number of castles he burned to the ground and the number of people he kills pretty much answers that one, full stop. But it's really interested in why would our source record have so many people who are showing exceptional loyalty to Nobunaga. Right? Brutality, go burr. And it is really interesting. The centralizing figure of the plot, right, of the entire narrative of the game, the entire character that this world is actually circulating around, is Nobunaga. Right? Bad guy who's super smart and a super politician. Yeah, that's pretty much right? And I think that's probably not accidental, that a comparison between the Three Kingdoms and the end of the Azuchi period, or the Azuchi Momoyama period, I think that's probably not accidental. But yes, sometimes he's a romantic idealist who simply was misunderstood, and sometimes he's literally a demon from hell. Regardless, right, particularly ambition, go burr. So does Nobunaga. Don't worry, the comparison still works. Right. And it explores that through all of these historical figures, I think. Right, Senyo Rikyu exists just to teach us about tea. Totally fine, totally based. but pretty much everyone else is giving us an insight into Nobunaga through his relationships with everybody else. Exactly right, Chikista. Given that it's literally Koei Tecmo, has media's, like, certainly games, most long-running franchises about the Three Kingdoms period, and Oda Nobunaga, none percent surprising. It is a good point that it is the same dev/publisher doing both franchises. So it's right. So the overall takeaway I have here is that what Shadows is doing is not exceptional in that, wow, a video game about the Sengoku Jidai is obsessed with Oda Nobunaga. In other news, the sky is currently cloudy, and spring in the Midwest is chaotic and unpredictable. Right, I know, this is staggering news. Also, water is wet. Don't fight me on this one. So, right, the takeaway here is that really AC Shadows is doing is not unique. Naga is centralizing in a lot of games, but it is executed very well. That's my take. Right now, with what I've seen so far, 20-something hours in the game, it's executing the centralizing figure of Nobunaga and the Assassin's Creed formula of how you interact with historical figures extremely well. Possibly the best the franchise has ever done. So, let's generalize. Lesson 1. Close reading of your sources, especially if you have sources written by the historical figures in question. Right? Primary sources written by or by friends, contemporaries, enemies of your centralizing figures is really important. Because reading scholarship does not tell you what their personality was. It doesn't help you write your characters. Read your scholarship to get a high-level understanding and to build out your map of who's who and what's what. But then read your sources before you start doing character writing. They've clearly read them. I mean, translation or otherwise, it doesn't matter. But, like, your primary sources and being really interested in, right, what you're doing. 2, avoid in name only. It's fine to have cameos, right? People who pop in and then leave the narrative almost immediately. Totally fine. But if someone has writing, this is, I guess, related to part 1. Read your sources so that your depiction of the historical figure resembles the person that emerges through our primary source record. And third, the last lesson that Shadows really kind of gets, in a way that Assassin's Creed doesn't always get, is that history is about relationships. And not relationships between an NPC and a protagonist, but relationships between historical figures who have motivations. Putting in a famous person and then everyone else around them is just, you know, retainer, assistant, whatever, scientist. Like, it's fine. You're like, ooh, look at that, I know the guy. It's the guy. But if you really are sitting with the relationships, it lets you dig really deep on a lot of characters by letting them actually have interactions. I know, really shocking news here. Really staggering, never before seen news. Rightfully realized characters? But at the same time, a big part of why I'm enjoying this game is that all the historical figures are not, ooh, I know the guy, but like, no, these are actually interesting characters who are interacting in believable ways. And ways that gel with the historical source record. And are likable. Even when they murder a bunch of people. Like, if you're going to have historical figures, feel free to have a bunch of them, but make sure that they're all, like, interacting and actually people with relationships, because that's who they were in real life. And on that truly staggering revelation of game design, I think that concludes our design diatribe. Thank you so much, Wolfie, for redeeming that. It's always a real treat to be able to sit back, take a step back, and see what's going on. Wait, are we in spring now? Did I wait so long? Did I take so long? No, we're still in winter. Damn it. Are we sure I'm still in winter? Game, are you sure I'm still in winter? And then you suddenly bump into Charles Dickens. Exactly, right? Syndicate's a great example of doing this questionably. So what have you missed? We are wearing Ezio's outfit. Is this supposed to be Ezio's outfit? I don't know. Are we making Ezio's outfit anyway? Yes. But yeah, no, we ran around, we fought a kappa, and by a kappa I mean 2 children who were dressed up in river mud. And then we, went and talked to Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Hattori Hanzo was literally -3 health. He spoke cryptically, and then tried to persuade us to stop doing this, and then he spoke cryptically some more, and then he left. You're right. We killed the one bandit that was in the area. And then the kids were like, oh god, you murdered someone, I'm so sorry. Talk as Yasuke. Well, that can be arranged. Oh no, make me play as Yasuke, why don't you? Oh no.
一人でか。
俺もそろそろ独り立ちせねばならん。剣術の型を見せてくれんか。修行はそこから始まるのだろう。
さほど容易なものではないが。
There's a bit more complex. Yeah, you get beat up a bunch, and then you stand up dramatically.
それがしも我が師上泉信綱先生を見て型を学んだのだ。
よく見とるぞ。
腰を据え、動きに気を配れ。己の気合を刃に込め、ほとばしらせるのだ。
What? Junjiro, you are such a treasure and we love you, right? He's so cute. He's a sweet child. Nope, incorrect. I'm bad at games. I love how awkward and uncoordinated these are. It's like there's supposed to be an idea of how these flow one move into the other, but you still don't do that. I mean, learning, right? That way you're not surprised. Like if you mess up on the second input and it's a 7-input series, and it restarts you right away, it doesn't help you learn the rest of the pattern.
前にも言うたであろう。かしこまる必要はないぞ。
だが安家は本当の侍で先生だ。宗玄様はいつも礼儀を忘れるなとおっしゃっておった。
宗玄和尚から多くを学んだようだな。されど、なぜに剣術を学びたいのだ。お主らしくもない。
これは
I would ask you to instead learn the gun.
直江のためか。
そうだ。直江が刀でしたことを
No.
俺は決して忘れん。安家に初めて会ったあの夜、俺は兵に囲まれ、口も聞けず、身動きもできんありさまだった。まるで石みたいにな。それなのに、直江はそばにいてくれた。逃げることもできたのに、
Aww.
守ってくれた。だから、今度は俺が直江を、みんなを守りたい。
皆を親兄弟のように思うておるのか。
そうだ。直江は姉のようなもんだし、乙女は祖母のようなもんだ。そして安家は、ああ。
Aww.
さて、今一度型をやるか。
Oh, it's so sweet. No notes. Nope. Game good. Game has really good character writing. I feel like that needs to be just kind of said over and over until it sticks. Like, no, game has good character writing. What? Nice of you to, like, show up. So if I head off this way, up the river, there should be, eventually, another road that this crosses. Or it's just a waterfall. That's fine. You can climb waterfalls completely safely. Don't worry about it. Right? I don't know. It feels like it should be uncontroversial to say game's good if you have really good character writing. And historical games should have really good character writing. That should be, like, deeply uncontroversial, right? There's nothing behind the waterfall. Yet. Come on, Yasuke. There is more waterfall. There is still time. 0 out of 10, not a real... True. You're so correct. So completely true for this. Open the objective menu to track a quest, or let me run across the mountains. Why don't you think of that, huh? Whee! Dang it! All of this for a meditation minigame. Is there at least a pretty overlook? Oh. Oh dear. Well, this isn't good. This boat... Oh good, we're free, we escaped. We nothing bad happened. Okay, the answer is yes. It is very pretty. And a very nice overlook. Good job, good job. So, I guess that means it's time for us to go see what still is winter. And we still can't skip seasons. Why? Why? What's up here? The Art of Kintsugi. Don't I need something? Over there? Well, I wish I remember what we were trying... Oh, right. Why don't we go stab people? You know. That thing that we're supposed to do. We could either stab the Kabuki Mono, or we could do main plot, which tells us to assassinate the corrupt Daikon. Who are a little bit strong for me, actually. Never mind, they're a little bit strong. Let's then do this instead. That seems fine and good. Southwestern part of Azuchi. Nailed it. So let's go up here. That should be fine. All right. Whee! Splat. Ow. I will never, ever get tired of that. It's funny every single time. Like, honestly, low-key, what an inspired choice. Did they need to do that? Absolutely not. Does it fit their goals? Every time. Right? Making these two feel distinct, move in distinct ways, and understand, like, have the way they interact with the world reflect that difference. It works so well. Sometimes game good. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Sometimes video games are good, actually. There's a question mark right here, too, and there's this guy, like, suspiciously in the area. Ah. You know, yeah, that makes sense. Yep. I prefer to find, before we do this, though, I would prefer to find a spot I can pet the dog. Oh, no. No, no, no. Dog. Dog. I'm sorry. Fine, I'll pet the cat instead. True. True. Yasuke understands. Yasuke knows that cats are good. And that cats are in charge of everything that they have ever seen. Why? I was walking as slowly as I could. Let me love you. See? Look at him. He's so chubby. I see. This whole thing is just the warrior garden. Okay. That's fine. Then we run and we run and we go off down that way because I'm also curious what's there. And once we've done that, then we go talk to Nobutsuna. No! I wish to pick up the tiny bean. We'll have to just pet the adult first. Yes, I know. I know, I want to pet you. Let me... Okay. Curl up in your hidey hole, I guess. But it's so small. Negative 10 out of 10. Tiny cat wasn't let me pet it. Ah, it's another horse archery. Just because I can do the horse archery doesn't mean I really want to do the horse archery. We're not even dressed for it anymore. Instead, we're dressed with extraordinary flair. Screw you, Two Barrels. Yes, that was in the Heian period? I think that was in the Heian period. There was indeed an Emperor of Japan who was correct that his cat was the best cat of all cats. There's also... was it... a bunch of prints of a very famous scene of someone... like cutting the sleeve off of their kimono to avoid disturbing a cat that was sleeping on it. Because, you know, they understood the rules. I'm pretty sure there was one for the cat. I might be misremembering, but I was pretty sure.
と戻るまい。体毛も夢も風に揺れる葉のごときもの。
まさか上様に先立たれようとは。乗車必須が断りとは申しますが。
何人も逃れられはせん。
Oh, there's a contemporary one.
わしとてもそうだ。
There's a contemporary one of it.
もう背負い続けるには
I might be mistaking the contemporary one
今がちょうど良き
for the historical one, because I think you're right that there is one for their lover.
巻物を紐解くがよい。
先生、それがしの腕前では。
But there's one from 2007 that's a style.
わしが認めたのだ。その剣も心もな。
それがしは何をすれば。
わしが表を知り出す。
Oh, there's also Muhammad did it. So the prophet did it.
その者らに我が流派ここにありと示すのだ。さすれば武芸の真髄について教えを授かることが。
But yes, there's a Chinese emperor who did it for their lover,
ご期待に応え。
and the Prophet Muhammad did it for a cat.
なれど。一つだけお願いしたい。
And there's a contemporary print
お付き合い願いませぬか。
of
一本だけで良いのです。
a woman doing it for a cat.
肝が据わっておるな。よかろう。付き合おう。されど、お主がことを成し遂げてからじゃ。
Cats, lovers, same difference, right? Yeah, I mean, there are some historical prints involving kimonos and cats. So, quick digression, because, you know, why not? Why wouldn't we have digressions? This is what we're here for. Cat content. So this is a historical one. This is in Met's collections. It's by Kitagawa Utamaro. So this is 18th century. There's also this one, which is from 2007. So, you know, a long and glorious tradition that is not, in fact, I mean, derives from the Chinese emperor who cut off his sleeve so as not to wake up his sleeping gay lover. We love love. But you understand where I got wires crossed, right? It's good. I don't care if it's recent, it's good. All people should be like this. Anyway, we have to duel. Why do we have to? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the cutscene. Why do we have to duel a bunch of his students? Who? Why? I forgot that we had to the Highlander the. To prove our... But again, why are we... There can be only one, or something or other. Like, come on. Also, so, Sensei will... Is this literally just notice a Sensei?
沖島は猫の島。曇り顔にも笑みがさす。楽しげだが、今探しているのはこれではない。
No, no, no.
猫の島とは。私は猫が苦手じゃ。犬の方が愛嬌がある。
どっちも邪魔だし、言うことだって聞きやしない。
あんたも同じようなもんさね。
Well. Charming. Apparently not the right one. That's fine. I thought we had our priorities in order. But, you know. Drop everything, find Cat Island. I know where Cat Island is, don't I? Well, okay. I say I know where Cat Island is. This is what I sort of mean when I say that. It's one of these four. Because it is in Lake Biwa. Yasuke! Wait. One of these men is Kirishtan? Wait, one of these men is Kirishtan. This is why I need to pay attention to incidental dialogue. Because one of them mentioned taking a new name when they converted. So we have just random Kirishtan mentions confirmed. Which is huge news. Was not a thing I was convinced the game was actually going to do. Like,
少なくとも槍を手に死んだのじゃろう。ついこの間まで赤子じゃと思うておったのにな。
So does this not count as a bridge into the... Does that not count? Does that not count as a... Why does that not count? I guess we can see if it's that one. But otherwise, like, what other bridges into town are there? I thought it was just the three of them. I mean, I guess I was wrong on that, but I don't know. Or they're on the other side of the bridge, and there was actually 2 options per bridge, because reasons. That seems to be no. Seems to also be a no. Burbs. Exactly. So many burbs. Hachiman Canal. Okay. Cool. Sorry. I say sorry as if I'm actually sorry. Which I'm realizing is probably a bad habit. Really, everything is destructible except for this thing. Whatever. Well, there's fun stuff here, but not really what I was looking for. Now I'm just exploring the island for completionist's sake. Like, I have no idea if there's actually anything remotely relevant or useful around here. I'm just like, well, now that I'm here, I can't leave fog on the map. I mean, who does that? Thank you. Thank you. And then we heal up. From that, we're good. What was the point of that? I don't know. There could be a boat that we could use to fight Cat Island. True. You're so right, Peter. You're so absolutely correct. Because why would we do useful thing or, you know, why would we do objectives where we could do Cat Islands? Well, there is a boat. Unfortunately, it's full of fish, and we don't like fish. So... sorry. If that's the bridge in town? Why is that the bridge into town? Whatever. Enemies fall asleep at night, but they can still hear you if you're bad. That's alright, we'll go work on this. Seriously, Yasuke. Don't just run to a wall 3 times, actually go the direction I'm pointing you. And we run, and we run, and we run, and we run, and we run. And then we run, and we run, and we run, and we run, and we run. And we break some stuff, and everyone gets upset at us for no discernible reason. I think we did nothing wrong. And then they faceplant. Again, see, I wasn't going to hurt anyone. like, this was not only a little unnecessary, this was totally unnecessary. But that's fine. Tell me the notice.
新影流の丸目長吉
Uh-huh.
安土より北へ至る路傍にて、いかなる者とも手合わせつかまつり候。上泉先生のもと世話になったあの御人か。今のそれがしであればどうであろうな。
Okay. If you say so. If you say this is going to be different, I have no choice but to believe you. I know, I think I found him. So,
安土城での稽古から随分と月日が流れたものだな。して何を
丸目殿、それがしもあれ以来多くを学び申した。免許改伝を許されるため。
何を学んだかと申せ。手強き相手を倒すにはいかにする。
先生は目の前のものに合わせて心を
Yep.
感じよと。勝負では敵の動きを
Correct.
見極めることが肝要。
i.e. just hit the parry button.
なれど、いかなる教えであろうとも、気持ちで負けてしまっては意味がなかろう。自らの内に潜むこの最も恐ろしき敵に
天下無双のお方ともなれば誰も挑みますまい。されどそれゆえ、それがしは丸目殿を探して参ったのです。
随分
Yes.
侍らしゅうなったな。
Okay.
我こそは丸目クランドの助な。
Oh, he's Fujiwara.
勝負の申し入れ、謹んでお受けいたそう。
He's Fujiwara. So, he's part of an old family. And by an old family, I mean an old family. As in, some member of the set... Really? We're dramatic dueling with live steel? What do you mean we're dramatic dueling with live steel? Alright, well, rest in peace, this guy? Okay, no, he actually still hits quite strong. Good for him. Okay. No timidity, I understand. Ooh, he got the stab on me. Good for him. Luckily, I am a cheating cheater who cheats. And so I'm going to repeat that on him. Oop, he got the stab on me again. There, we killed him with a kick, therefore he didn't actually die. Right? Right? Mm-hmm.
人を見ても肉袋としか思えんようになった。
誇りと怒りで恐れを克服しようとされたのですな。
それがしは先生に心を救われ、新影流によって相手を敬うことを学んだ。
Yeah.
それがしへの温かな気遣いが何よりの証かと。
それでも 勝負に勝つたび元の闇の道に戻りそうになる。お主に負けたおかげで闇が晴れた。それがしでよければいくらでも学んでいくがよい。そして先生のもとへ戻れ。
Oh, good. So we don't actually fully... Getting his ass kicked is positive enrichment. You understand fully. Plus 15 to stats when there's only a Kanabo equipped? No. How about just no? Wait, what? That's his? That's not a Naue one. That's a Yasuke one. I mean, is it good? Yes. Does it look stupid? Absolutely. Okay. I mean, that's fine. That's fair. I guess I should have expected that. Completed. He is a little bit too strong. He is way too strong. He is way too strong. Okay. For the most part, this squad is too strong. So... what exactly are the plans here? Harima. Omi. And... this one. Yeah, actually, you're so right. I absolutely can just swap the appearance. Yep. Thank you for reminding me. Because, yeah, that's better. That is, in every way, shape, and form, superior. Anyway. Having done this, I want to get this one discovery. Which is a harbor? Maybe it has a boat. Or maybe it doesn't have a boat. Fine. I'll look at the trade harbor then to see if it has a boat. And if it has a boat, we're gonna take the slow path to get across to Kuma by means of Cat Island. Surely, you will all understand. Sailing on Lake Biwa in a snowstorm. I'm sure absolutely nothing bad will happen. I'm sure nothing bad could ever happen. There we go. This should be the right direction for the thing. Visibility is non-existent. But we're cool and good at the sailing on top of the everything else. And so... we're simply going to run face first into land. Never mind, we actually arrived at the harbor. That's very funny. Chat, I have the best news.
でないぞ。
Yes. Look at how good this news is. Please. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. And its belly is not bait. The belly rubs are not bait. This is not a drill chat. The tiny baby belly rubs are not bait.
縄張りを守っておるのだな。
It is critical information at this juncture. Yes, but this game lets you adopt every animal you pet, and as rewards in various other places of the world, you can get animals that you can't pet. And you can put them all in your hideout. And so if you wanted to create a Tanuki sanctuary, that's your prerogative. And if you wanted to be swarmed with 800,000 cats, more power to you. And if you're like, oh, that's too, say, flying squirrels only, well, guess what? Flying squirrels. They exist. They are within your power. And if you want to reject modernity and return to monkey, you can do that too. All of these are acceptable options. Is that the outfit we have, but one level better? But one tier worse? Iconic. I'm so glad that we have relevant loot. I guess. Like, heads up, next time will not be better. Just fun fact. You probably already knew that, but just in case. Just in case there were doubts. It will in fact be just as bad. And I will enjoy it immensely. And then we just run around the shore. And then we say thank you for your company, Isle of Cats. You have been charming. You have been great. But it is time for us to continue on our merry way. In this horrible storm that makes it almost impossible to see anything. Was that style of straw hat really prevalent? Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the attested types of hats, right? I mean, you see some versions with a different shape in as monks, right? So some Buddha, like traveling Buddhist monks will have a shakuhachi, a type of flute, and then just wear a straw basket on their head. But yeah, this straw hat is actually, like, a real thing. It's typically culturally associated with Ronin, or samurai who are not affiliated with the Lord. But is very, very much a real thing. Now, I do have to ask, why the hell are we out here? In the middle of a snowstorm? Why did we decide to do this? Are we stupid? Cat Island. Right. No. You make a good point. But we found Cat Island. We left Cat Island. Okay, the storm cleared up because I complained about it. So now we can actually look around and see Lake Biwa. Yep, that's kind of what I expected from here. That Takashima would have a shrine and a lute. Whee! Look, priorities. There's a lute. And we can't get hypothermia. We're invincible. Well, that wasn't super great, actually. Oh well. Right, I do think it's funny that, you know, stereotypically, a Ronin has a hat that conceals your face, and the most utterly garish clothes you could possibly imagine. I mean, it's very good. We can have terrible garish clothes. That have exactly none fashion sense. Whose primary virtue is in how obtrusive they are. And we can turn around and say, we don't want our face to be seen. Everything is fine, except you can't see our face. Something lands connect? True. So right. And you don't survive this. Can you stop running at the speed of sound? Great. Smuggle a resource. Have fun, guys. We're almost at the end of the season. I hope. Should be fairly trivial. Look, I don't want to be subtle. Sell these for wimps. Well, yep. What's the reload time on this fire? Oh, fantastic. We are like a world record shooter right now. Oh. I messed up, but, don't worry about it. Really? You're not dead yet? Ah, I whiffed. I'm a better marksman. That's doing a lot less damage than I hoped it would. Come on, get the headshot. Thank you. Good. You're playing a Avowed with high dexterity right now, and you can do it. You can reload a musket in like 3 seconds. Yeah. Look, is it objectively extremely silly? Yes. Am I going to be super duper mad about it? No. No, care. I don't really want to assassinate you. You, however, good luck. You're gonna need it. Ha! At one of the museums you work at, you simulate loading and firing. A American Revolution firearm. Very good. Very, very good. And the fact that it takes, like, you know, a minute and a half to unload, to load anything. Thanks, guys. Yep, definitely what I wanted to do. Who's gonna do this? What, they do? They won't pay for insurance to have black powder? Ah. Come on. What could go wrong? Just giant explosives. Easy. No problem. Hey, you're sleeping on the job. You know what happens to people who sleep on the job? You get stabbed. Like, this was a known thing. Identified? Come on. No. Fifth graders on field trips, yep. No, that checks out. Do I have any bullets? No, I have none bullets left. Those you have any spare bullets on you? I'm afraid I'm running quite low. Hello? Yeah, how's your bullets collection going? Hello, Avail! Welcome. We are just hanging out, murdering some folks, talking some history. Incredible. Yasuke is just so cool that he's able to punch a bell so hard that it falls over. And now they can't mark me as a problem. They can try. They're just not going to succeed. His bell hat is the only bell. True. I'm so good at hiding. Also, supposedly somewhere there's like a whole bunch of stronger enemies around here. Like, wasn't there supposed to be like a ton of Samurai Daisho? Wasn't there supposed to be a ton of guys? Ah, I found them. Apparently I'm not sufficiently stealthy. Tragic. No. Ow. Don't you do that. Like, come on. Again, if I could get... Oh, no. If I could get... That's a tool refill, not an ammo refill. But if I could get an ammo refill, I'd be so happy. I'd be able to do so much. Have such a great time. But no. Yeah! Kimori, right? Or is it, what, Windswept Legend of Kimori? Something like that. Looks so good. Look, I'm extremely excited about it. It's going to be such a good time. I could not be happier. Oh, found one. Fascinating. Where am I going? Oh, I didn't really want to use that one, but that's fine. Goodbye? I mean, yeah, if you want to be honorable and let me come up here, I won't say no. Like, absolutely will not say no to any of that. Well, that was peculiar. That was extremely peculiar. Oh. Supposed to be early access this summer. Well, that's fun and exciting. Good for them. I am very excited for it. So, good for them. Goodbye. Really? I mean, good for him. How he didn't die, I don't know, but hey, you know, if he's able to tank it, he's able to tank it. From what they said, they already had a functional build that was for mostly for the stretch goals. That makes some sense. That's probably the way to do it, right? You don't Kickstarter a game that's actually long away from being ready. You just focus on getting the ones that, focus on getting it for continued support, and development. Are we sequence sort of? So, right, the collectible, the fetch questy stuff, we can actually just do at any time. It's not tied to anything. So, as long as we're just doing the, region collectibles, it's not really sequence breaking. There's a samurai. No. Get the heck out of here. What? These hay bales are so strong. How dare they? You thought it might be for an actual quest? Yeah, unfortunately no. It'd be nice if it was, because that would be efficient, but no. But no. That'll be entirely too easy. That did so much. That did so much damage, and I'm not sure why. Sometimes the kicks do like crazy damage, and sometimes they do like nothing. And I still don't really know what the difference is. Besides, they felt like it. Which, you know, would be completely valid. Heck. Best video game kick is from Odyssey. Odyssey has a pretty good kick. I mean, this is just the Odyssey kick. But again, you know? Damn it, get over here. Where's this bell? Like, come on. I don't care if you're gonna do stuff. I don't care if you're attacking me. I care about the guy who's going after the bell. Like, come on. I've got solutions to this guy. Mostly that. Kick him into a wall. Bash him in the face. Do that. Do that. And then do this one at full HP. No. Ow. Huh. Our damage counts are already going crazy down. Also, we haven't found... We're not taking a lot of damage, but... By the same token, we're not really doing a lot of damage. Because we have no bullets in our gun. I mean, I guess we can do the sad thing. I'll be sad about it. Heck. I'll be sad about it. But that's okay. I know, right? Using a bow? Like, who does that? It's just not nearly as good as using a gun. I'm sorry. Who can? No one says I cast bow. It's just not done. You cast gun. See, that's what I think about bows. I'm gonna get all of them. I'm gonna smash them to bits. Okay, this man needs to stop it. You're back? Well, Frisian, I'm sorry it's for, like, not fun reasons, but, I'm happy you're back. Come on, up, up. Have we had Saeed yet? No. No, Edward Saeed continues to, peacefully rest. As regards this game. Did I just cross? That was truly ludicrous distance closer. I enjoyed that. That's good, both for the prediction and the game, right? I don't suppose there's bullets alongside the guns. Firearm safety, kids. Unless you want historical 16th century personage Yasuke to come in and steal your bullets, don't store your bullets and your guns in the same spot. Nothing to do with safety. No. It's entirely will Yasuke show up and steal them. And most of this is one of the ones that I can bust through. It is! Let's go. Ooh, I don't like that. Ow. Don't cast bullet on me. We'll use that to clear the gap, and then we'll kick, which is great. Then we'll do that again, which is all of our adrenaline, but does leave us in a very good spot in terms of rolling this man. He made a good attempt. He made a really good attempt. He just, you know, didn't succeed. I feel like it should be harder to... Not if your sword's sharp. Like, I suppose, yeah, if you're, like, not taking care of your weaponry. But, wait, which guy was swinging a sensor? I didn't see any of them swinging a sensor. I saw... That's two knives. He was being weird and dual-wielding knives. But I didn't see anyone wielding a sensor. No, the purple smoke is just he has a poison effect. His knives were poisoned. And how else are you supposed to know that they're poisoned? Yeah, no, that's all that meant. Ow. Ow. Don't use guns. Clearly, you don't use guns, because if you do, they blow up exploding barrels near you. Definitely, yep, It was the guns. It was exclusively the guns' fault. All these guys bringing guns to a katana fight. No, I brought a katana to a gunfight. I'm just cool like that. I also brought a gun, but I didn't have enough bullets. So, that was on me. I was insufficiently prepared. Always gonna have a secondary or a tertiary or a quaternary or a quintenary. I have a lot of weapons, look. Alright, Wolfie, have an excellent night. Have fun tomorrow. Let me know how it goes. And smuggle. I still don't know where this last samurai is. Because there's one more guy. With one more thing that I want. I suppose I can see if he's over this way. Boom. That's not true. Works every time. The man can't resist. He just can't, he can't possibly resist it. I think I found him. No, this is just a guy. This isn't the sound. Ow. Fine. You know what I say to that? I say to that I really miss my armor that lets me parry unblockables. Because it's really funny. It's really funny to watch these guys rock up on their... Oh, you can't... Stop that. Alright, alright. I appreciate hanging out. That makes total sense. ArcJS is an absolute hog. No, that's just a guy. That's just a thing. That's not even like part of the... Well, I'm not even in the castle. Oh, it's just a... Miso, miso. Hello, Pizzicato. We are in fact, well, feudaling's a strong word. We're stabbing people, which is kind of the same thing. If you think about it. I guess. Currently, I think we're mostly trying to be very cool and good. And locate the last Samurai Daisho in here in order to be able to go look around and say, yes, we have beaten this castle. We have done everything that needs doing. I mean, gosh, if mine felt like a technically Arcanist Yours really feels like it technically. We had 5 people who were all trauma bonded. Is that the same as e-keying? I feel like that's just 5 people trauma bonded. Regardless of what the game says. It's just something about it. Says trauma bonding go burr. Ooh. Parisian, that is a fun presentation. I mean, fair enough. Like, it's not... I guess it's not e-keying, but it also doesn't really feel like it's e-keying. I feel like the drama is just kind of icing on the cake. Come on. Up we go. Give me the... Where's the guy? Like, good God, I'm trying to hunt down one guy in this whole thing. This leaves the castle. So somewhere in this castle there is one more guy for me to stab. I think I've literally killed every combatant except this one. And I have absolutely no clue where he is. So either we're going to get somewhere and we're going to go like, oh look, we found a part of the castle we haven't murderized yet. Or he's hiding in a corner, being scared out of his mind. Like he should be. Because we're cool like that. Ow. Ow. Because, like, we're in a fairly central location in the castle right now. And there's nothing. There's no one inside. There's a guy. I found a combatant. Does that mean I'm on the right track? No idea, but I did find a combatant. That's got to count for something. They usually let us spot these guys from really far away too, because they don't want you to be doing exactly this. But like there's 3 out of 4. We've only killed 3 of the 4. And so I don't know where the 4th out of 4 is. Because there's no big shiny white dots, unless there's the guy up there, which would be, I guess, not impossible, but weird given that we already killed one in there. Getting so many spam calls. Jesus. Ooh. Those rations? Damn. Those are just rations. That's alright. Those are arrows. Arrows count for something. I would have preferred bullets. But arrows count for something. Yeah, no, that's not... See, that one's not the guy. And there's no one else around. There's no one else over here. There's no glowy white dots that are telling me where my targets are. And so yeah, it's a complete mystery. And I guess it shall remain a complete mystery because I'm bored. I have done all of the searching around that I wish to do. If the game doesn't believe that I should have this one, then I guess I just don't need that loot that badly. Either that or the last guy is like plot related. And so I can only kill him in a quest, which would be very funny and also very frustrating. Alright, well. He's back? Alright, well. So we're at the bottom level of the castle in the kitchen. I mean, if I'm honest, I suspect this game is actually a step up from Ghost of Tsushima in quite a few ways. Whether or not people are actually recognizing that is a completely unrelated sentence. But like, I have a suspicion that if we actually revisit it, there's a pretty good number of ways in which Ghost of Tsushima probably will have aged worse. Well, that was just a random samurai. That's not a Samurai Daisho. That's just a guy. Yeah, cower. Cower in fear. See? There's one missing. And I don't know where he is. And it sucks real bad. Maybe if I get up here. I go out through the roof. Then I can check, I can see, and we can have a feeling. I guess I go out a window here instead of through a roof. If Yasuke is not able to clear this... Okay, good. I was like, if after all of this, I have to leave and then come back, I will be mad. I will have a bad time. They had archers manning the archery points. It's such a strange experience, isn't it? Okay, so, what do you think the odds are from the viewpoint? The highlight points of, like, note. And that'll include where this last damn samurai is. Dang it! It's operating on a much too large scale for that. Dang nabbit. Found him. I think. I suspect. No? Yes. Found him. Don't know how I just missed this area. But, nope. Luckily, the Biwa player was very distracted by their instruments. Which, you know, also relatable. Rather proud of your sandwich? Nice. Annoying that this is on the far side of the castle. But, you know, that's okay. It happens. We give ourselves a little bit of a run back. And we go again. This time. Heck. This time, maybe possibly, if I can remember the route, with another chest to steal loot. Also, screw those boxes in particular. And this. Ha. You thought you could stand in my way? You fool! I shall cut the fabric down. It still is one more layer around, isn't it? This doesn't actually go up all the way, does it? Oh no, it does. Beautiful. What? Why? Why? I didn't do anything. Why do I have a project's reward available? Was the project's reward messing up boxes? Because if it was, you need a better project. If it wasn't, I didn't do anything, Ubisoft. Ow. Gosh, okay, this is actually a little bit... going to be a little bit frustrating. Is that if Yasuke is running, even indoors, even in a goofy, silly spot, he'll just smash his face into everything. I'll be like, this is fine. And I'll be like, are you sure? And he'll be like, yes. I'm kind of realizing, as we're doing this, in order to progress pretty soon, we're gonna need to just do that a bunch, aren't we? We're gonna have to just start clearing castles in grinding. So that way we're able to just exist in the space and like be a high enough level to actually rock and roll. Don't know how I feel about that one. Because I just thought about it and was like, wait, how much did I just get for doing this? Right, how many mastery points did I just get? How much experience did I just get? And the answer is a lot. The answer is I got a lot of stuff. Perfect. Just kill enemies on headshot, no problem. No problem, no stress, no worry. That is better. And I feel okay with the ninja band. That's fine. Also, actually, instead of this, I'll swap back to the legendary armor because I really like the block the unblockable. So, now that we did all of that, where exactly are we trying to get to? We just run straight out of town and just work our way up here and then up the mountain. Okay. Or there and then up the mountain? Must be there. This road and then up. Or both. Both is an option. Just a quick spin around through here. See what there is to see. The answer is absolutely nothing. There's absolutely nothing exciting here to see. Nothing exciting here to do. It's just a town. Which, you know, town looks fine. Nothing wrong with the town. But it's not exactly filled with content. You know? I just want my fast travel point, and then we'll be on our way. There's got to be a fast travel point in here. Right? Yasuke. Stop it. I know this is a me problem of them being greedy and impatient. Like, stop it. Just smashing your face into everything you see because you're bored is not positive stimulation. Tends to be stimulation that gets you smacked in the face. Okay then. And all of this is to say, maybe possibly soon, we shall be smashing our face into more stuff and then pulling out a sword for no reason. Yep. Great. So many good doggos, though. You're so right. There are indeed many, and they are good. And then we'll go up here, which I remember right was just a bandit. Like, it was just like a random... Maybe? He did say thank God. But whether that's a localizer or a Kirishtan, I don't know. It'd be funny if it was. I'd love it. I consider that very cool and good. Anyway. Let's go meet people. Let's go do things. Plot. After all of this. Sure you are. Alright, plot. Nobunaga's sister, who you definitely can't romance if you're playing in... Non-canon mode. Oh, wait. Again.
相変わらず
Canon immersive, go burr. If only we did not. No, I don't want. I don't want to make choices in my cutscenes. If you have a story to tell, just tell me your story. Yasuke and Naue are canonically not in any position to think of a relationship of any form. They got too much trauma.
あのお方のために
落ち着くにはなれどいささか悲哀が感じられまする。
They need to work on themselves first.
人もおらぬしな兄上は撃たれたか
謀反人光秀より殿を守って死する
Positive, social, role models in your media.
遂げられませぬ。
兄上のために死ぬ気であったと主君を失い浪人になったと聞いておる
Wait, they just proved.
一向一揆に加勢し戦ったとの噂も聞いた百騎衆という名に聞き覚えはあるか
Yes. I find it kind of funny people are complaining about romancing Oichi. Meanwhile, Japan makes so many dating sims, especially NSFW ones, about dating all of these figures. True.
祭りごとを乱して
If you can't fuck gender swapped Oda Nobunaga, is it really a dating sim?
そなたを呼んだのは他でもない
Don't take that out of context.
百騎衆を止めたいが私にはそのようなことはできぬ近江での百騎衆の動きを記してある民から多くを奪い取り鉄砲鍛冶を襲おうとしておる
Why?
我らにお任せを。
Why would they be trying?
思いですか。
もう昔のこと良き日々じゃった兄上がどのような最後を遂げたのか聞かせてくれぬか
炎をものともされず抜いた刀をそのままに歌の一節を演じられました。殿は人間50年下天の内を比べれば
夢幻のごとくなりひとたび賞を受け滅せぬもの
Nice.
兄上は熱森がお好きであった
Nice.
もう一つ頼みを聞いてはもらえぬか
何なりとお市様。
伊崎寺で待っておるぞ
寺と
そうじゃ兄上の始めたそなたの侍修行を続けねばそなたには恩があるでな
Well, that guns would still be made by individual craftsmen at this point. I don't know. There's an awful lot of guns. Japan has a lot of guns by this time. So I have no idea if they'd be made by individuals or if they'd have sort of. Ha! Roast us. Roast us more now, way. Roast us.
百騎衆の手先となり長浜でよからぬことを企んでおる大官がおるようだ。
そしてそやつらの頭涙を流す面をつけておるのか。
ならば見つけるまでのことすぐにかかるか。それがしが行こう。
何か新たに分かったら知らせる。
Very good. Several quests. So we got one there. We've got one down there. Got an undiscovered location over there. I love their dynamic, right? No, I'm there with you. I think there's... a lot to like with how they, you know, roast each other. But in a way that doesn't feel... It's... roasting each other in a way that doesn't feel contrived. It doesn't feel like it's based in dislike. But it's like they're actually friends just giving each other shit. Alright, Prishnin. Thanks so much. I hope they don't come back, and I hope you get some good sleep. Okay? Probably should have swapped back to playing as Naue, but, this is fine. Well, there we go. I was trying to find that so I could fast travel there. But no, that's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. Where are we at now? We run across here. We head over this way. And we go back into the Teppo factory. Anyway, oh, I was gonna... What's going... I think I found the problem. I think I know what the problem is. Anyway, they referenced, or revealed... I'm fine. I literally did nothing. That Nobunaga's last words here were a reference to a play. That is a real play. Atsumori is a play by Yamamoto Kiyo. It is set in the Genpei War. As a lot of literature of this period is. It is set in the Genpei War. No. Did I just one-shot a guy randomly? Did I just sort of randomly one-tap him? That's fine. That's fine. So yeah, a lot of no theater, and in fact, just a lot of literature in the Muromachi and period and the Sengoku Jidai. Words. There's a lot of literature set in the Genpei War, because that was the last period of really, really severe inter-samurai family, bad times. For lack of a better word, inter-samurai bad times. 400 teppo for Hideyoshi, 200 teppo for Nagahide, 80 teppo for Motoaki, 40 teppo for Morinari, firing pins for Koga, 3 bronze dolls for Lady Oichi, a silver dog collar, and the dead don't pay. It was a good idea. Shame it didn't work. So, more things. Oh. So apparently there's some infighting The squads aren't totally aligned. As some of them are like, hey, don't tell the wheel. The thing is just like, nah, don't do that. Why would you do that? Just don't. What if I want to? No, don't. Hey, sorry. I really need your boat. Okay? I'm borrowing your boat. It's an emergency. Anyway, in the meantime. Right. No theater. Very, very meditative. Often has, you know, a one or a very low number of performers. And says, often deals with literature of great tragedies. This exists alongside things like the Heika Monogatari, which is big epic literature. Big giant epic literature. Oh, got him. Don't know how I got him, but I got him. Oh, we're just gonna blow up the ship. Oh, we're just gonna blow up the ship instead. That's fun and exciting. Don't suppose I need to actually, you know... I don't have the option to do a brutal assassination. Like, that's not... Or I don't have the option to do, like, a drop assassination. That's not in our wheelhouse of things we have the power to do. Right? He's such a tempting target. Unfortunately, I said I wanted to play as... Damn it. Well, oh well, can't be no witnesses if there's no survivors. I whiffed. Was that what I really intended to do? No. Did it work? Yeah. Ow. How dare you? Look, is this efficient? No. Does it work anyway? Yeah. Did I lose literally any resources doing that? No. I should leave. I should leave fast. Oh, well, this cormorant's gonna have a real bad day. That did less than I thought it would do. I'm gonna be real. That did a lot less than I thought. That was not nearly as big of a kaboom. Like, there was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. And instead it was like a... meh. Like... this is enough gunpowder to blow up half the town. Meh. I was like, that's fine. I got nothing against it. But man, we could have had so much more. And look, it's spring. You know what we still can't do? Fight the melon ghost. What's he? What an unhinged thing to say, Yasuke. Soup for Soren. The world out there. I mean, we are not nearly strong enough to be in Key. So, we're gonna keep going out here. Instead, we're just gonna ride on down. And we're gonna have a great time. Yay! How do you all feel about the season changes? Like, I'm just a little bit conflicted about them. On the one hand, gorgeous, right? And really technically impressive. Two very important things, right? It is beautiful. It is technically impressive. All in all, great news. It's also a lot closer to... like... I mean, we only wound up a couple months behind historical reality for the, for the Honnoji incident. Like, we had 3 season changes when there should be, like, 2.5. Right, because I think it was fall when it occurred to us, when the Honnoji incident historically occurred in the summer. So we actually finished Act 1, like, close to on schedule? What do you mean boat trip? I mean, sure. But like, what do you mean boat trip? But, like, we've had like 4 or 5 season changes since then. And so, the lack of people doing stuff would have been something. It would have worked well if they segmented seasons to story stuff, right?
ア 雨が降ればさらに大きくなりまする。
琵琶湖は美しい。私は尾張の生まれ。
You and everyone else, Lady Oichi.
現れる景色は見飽きることがない。
皆そこにはもののけや竜がひしめいておるそうですぞ。
慎まぬか。それなら大向では異常符が好物に聞くぞ。はるか昔、俵の淘汰と異名を取る。
Tell me more.
これはそう呼ばれるようになった天物じゃ。俵の淘汰こと藤原の秀里は数百年も昔に帝にお仕えしたもの。
Yeah, he's a Fujiwara. Of course he's a courtier.
近江の継承として名高い大津にある瀬田の唐橋を渡ったの。
Indeed.
それがしも訪れたことが。
橋を渡る途中、水の中に竜を見た。顔を上げると橋の上に風変わりなものが立っている。そのものは黄色の髪に海の色の衣をまとい、
Yay.
竜の冠をいただいておる。そしてわしは湖の底にある竜宮に住まう竜神であると言うた。
はあ、奇怪な。
その姿はまこと恐ろしげであったが、秀里はひるまず礼儀正しくお初に御意を得ますと応じた。良きかな。
This is a real folktale.
恐れ知らずと見た。汝、武芸に覚えはあるか。秀里は危機として答えた。ご加盟とあらば何なりと。秀里の言葉を聞いた竜神は
Yomakade from Mount Mikami.
大ムカデについて語った。竜神の子が月に一人ずつ食われており、このままでは皆餌食とされてしまうという。
なんとむごい。
秀里が大ムカデの退治を約束すると、
Come on.
竜神は湖の底、竜宮へと招いた。
Typing is hard.
が催され、秀里は地層に預かった。 そしてある霧の朝、大ムカデが現れた。その体は山の峰のように長く連なり、その皮は岩尾のように硬く、牙からは毒が滴っておった。
なんと下に恐ろしきもののけ。
ひるむことなく秀里は矢を射たが弾かれてしまった。さらに一本放ったがそれも効かぬ。秀里は南無八幡と唱えて矢に唾をつけ、3本目を放った。するとついに矢は襲い来るもののけを貫いて、
Yes.
大ムカデの死を痛く喜んだ竜神は礼として秀里に多くの宝物を授けた。その宝物の一つに米俵があり、それは中の米をすべて食い尽くしても一晩経てば元通りになるという摩訶不思議な一品であった。それより後、藤原の秀里はそれにちなみ
Indeed.
俵の淘汰と呼ばれるようになったというわけじゃ。
面白い話にございました。さような俵があれば近江の民も助かりましょうに。
Yeah, this is a real folktale. Known as actually Tawara Toda. That shows up in a bunch of prints, like fairly commonly depicted in ukiyo-e prints. Pretty much the only difference is that the looks like the centipede of Seda. So, fun fact, yeah, that's real. I also actually did like the idea that this is one of the famous views, because, like, everyone loved their famous views. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, we meme, right? Yes, we can meme that this is brought to us by the Omi Province Tourism Board, which, fair, real. But, I mean, the Tokaido in the Edo period is a pilgrimage to famous views. So, like, everyone was like, this is one of our famous things. A particularly fine view of a mountain, a particularly nice bridge, a spot where you can get very enchanting sunsets, a hot spring. Sadly for Tawara Tota, he is a victim of fate, as most. Look, you don't get to be a folk hero without becoming a victim of fate. That's literally just.
では、護符を手にして大いなるお力を持ち、聡明かつ神徳著しき猿田彦の御にお祈りくだされ。
Yes, what gift?
おいでくださった護符はいかがかな。
お頼み申す。
ではこれを猿田彦の御のご神徳がどうかあなたをお守りくださいますように。
霊言新たかなる守り札か。きっと役に立ち申そう。
白髭神社のご祭神は聡く清らか。
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Not a victim of fate as in he meets a bad end in the story. He's a victim of fate in that fate Grand Order has done fake Grand Order things. I understand. Sorry, that was on me. I mean, the sentence still works. I stand by what I said. You cannot be a folk hero without getting got. You cannot become a folk hero without getting got by the all-consuming hands of fake Grand Order. Or by meeting a bad end because of, you know, fate. Well, we're not actually doing the rituals. We're more of just talking to the people who are doing them. And we did them in a bad order. But at the same time, actually having a, quest segment that says, hi, let us participate in Shinto rituals, and actually speak of the fact that these are shrines to Kami. We received a tutelary amulet, which is not quite the opposite of donating anything, but the priest was talking about how we need to donate something. That surely is the same thing, right? Sure. Right, we get the performer, the single vocal performer, which, you know, Noah Feeder derives from this. We have the veneration, we have the request for aid and prosperity, we have the ritual washing of the everything, we have the donation of or gofu. Right.
良き思い出がいくつもございまする。剣の稽古はもちろんのこと、信長様の姿も、例えば先ほどの能の歌いなどは。
いかがであった？
Yeah, there we go. We're gonna get a summary of the play, so I don't have to do it.
平家の若武者であった潔さ、物のふの心、笛の教養を備えた敦盛のようなものでさえ破滅は免れぬ。
望みは常にあり申す。
されど草の上の朝露のごとく、望みはいつも消えゆくもの。さあ、着いた。
Look at that, they summarized the play. So, well, right, the theme of a lot of No Theater is transience and this sort of finding beauty and joy in something that definitionally cannot last. And the idea of ephemerality is like,
後に織田の敵となる浅井長政に嫁がされました。
では織田二条は浅井様のご居城。
さよう。大名の鏡のようなまことに立派な
Fascinating.
方であった。娘を3人授かり、幸せな夜とせを過ごした。その後、兄上と長政は戦で争い、兄上が勝った。尾張の魔王に誰が立ち向かえよう。結果、織田二条は焼かれ、我が夫は自害。
Difficult and dangerous indeed.
そして夫のシャレ神戸は宴の見せ物にまでされたのじゃ。
この乱世、力で己を示さんとした方はあまたおられたかと。
これは兄上の脇差しじゃ。本能寺の変の後、私の手に。
確かに見覚えがござる。
刃は復讐の道具なれど、復讐と慈悲は並び立たぬ。故に時として我らは思い悩む。もしも明日には城が落ちると覚悟したなら、最後の一夜をそなたはどう過ごす？
夜を徹して戦いに備え、必要とあらば死での支度をすることでしょ
う。もはや立派な侍じゃな。
Hey, look, just in case if you thought Foreigner with a Japanese spirit wasn't checked off the bingo, we literally just got it. Also, this was clearly the romance flag. This was clearly where the romance flag would be. F's in the chat for canon mode.
一つだけそなたに言えることがある。そのものは日の本でかなりの地位にあるという。
Okay. Who? We should have met most of the highest in this land. I guess it could be the Shogun. He's like 70, right? Either the Ashikaga Shogun or it's the Emperor. It should probably not be the Emperor because I'd have feelings. Like, they almost certainly are not going to say execute a member of the Imperial family in our video game. That would be such a bad idea. But the Ashikaga Shogun? That man's fair game. Wait, sorry, we need to pay respects at the shrine. Ashikaga Shogun, villain is real, baby! So true. Ow. My face. So it's disrespectful to Climatori. But surely it's fine for us to smack her face against one. Right? IDK, if that counts as honoring the shrine, hey. Our, bruises, not blood, blood's bad. Our bruises prove our dedication to the kami. Or something. Maybe I'm just clumsy. That's also an option. We have honored a third shrine. Let's go and honor our 4th and get our knowledge. It shows the immense structural integrity that can stand after getting a fully armed, 8-foot tall, fully armored, 8-foot tall samurai who can punch through ordinary gates like they're nothing. The reinforced gates that don't stand a single chance. Okay, I'm not sure where the last one is. But true. Instead of breaking it, we simply smash our face into it. And that proves its structural goodness. Indeed. And then we pray. We bow. And we clap. And we offer a prayer. And we're done. For which we then say, let's go over here. He is way not too strong. You. I see. So the Daikon are all beatable but barely. Right? That's what I'm hearing. Beatable but barely. 23, 23, 29, 35. So instead of doing that, let us instead try and take on... We'll try and find clues about our assassins. I found the Path of the Blade, didn't I? Yeah. Well, you say near. That wasn't that near. Spoof. Alright. With all of our mastery and knowledge, I think we should look at doing some upgrades. Always the Kusarigama, which is not my preferred weapon for. Like, it's just not my favorite one. I mean, that's beautiful. Like, that's a gorgeous thing. But if we're going to... I mean... If we're going to do anything, I think we just rock out with the assassin gear. That is ours. That is our whole thing. Our whole gimmick. Because how else are we supposed to prove that we're part of the Assassin's Creed franchise if we're not dressed like Ezio Auditore literally all the time? Like, come on. This is known. Now, I am directly below the Path of the Blade. In a way that is extremely unpleasant. Don't think this is an easy enough climb for me to be able to reliably make this. I think it's going to say, hi. It's slippery. Sorry. Go around. So which I say, cool, very good, thank you. Thank you for doing this to me. I don't want to. Let me up! Fine. I'll do it the intended way. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Like, somewhat clearly they want you to just go do the Path of the Blade. It's kind of in the name. We already know where it leads. We've already beaten it. Like, don't be like this. I guess it's good to know that the, I don't know if these are the paths of the blade. Like, if that's all these are, is it just marks their locations for you? But I suppose it is possible. We'll find out. Come on. Seriously? Sure. Good enough. And then we read. Mm-hmm. Now we have a long and learning thing. Uh-huh. Oh boy. Yep. They sure did. So yes, this is literally just go do the Paths of the Blade. And now that we've reached this point in the story, it will actually give us content for it. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. So, we're at 5 hours 48 minutes already. So I think this is looking very, very good. And like a great place to call it a time. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the season swapped around. So, no Melon Demon. But we'll get them next time. But, before we wrap up, of course, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's Codex time. We do love the Codex, and the Codex is spending a lot of oomph. So much Codex, so much writing. So, palaces of the ancient aristocracy had gardens composed of ponds and islands with small bridges as early as the 8th century. This tradition continued until the late Heian period, when under the influence of Ahmadist Buddhism, they evolved into a symbolic representation of the Pure Land. These gardens were places for relaxation, strolling, and celebration. But in the 14th and 15th centuries, Zen Buddhism led to the creation of a new garden style characterized by an aesthetic of simplicity. This is reflected in the moss gardens of the Saihoji in Kyoto and Tenryuji, which were designed by Musu Soseki, a great Zen monk. In these gardens, Soseki ingeniously arranged collections of standing stones to look like waterfalls. During the 15th century, small mineral gardens were introduced, designed to be viewed from a fixed point, unlike the strolling gardens of the past. Like the famous Ryoanji in Kyoto, these became places of meditation, 5 islands of stones set amidst a sea of sand, surrounded by an ochre-colored wall. But it is a garden without plants, flowers, and water, This is the contradiction posed for all Enlightenment seekers who meditate here. By the end of the 1500s, the dry garden style began to fade, and the great daimyo chose to create larger, lush gardens again, as the aristocracy had done in the past. I mean, we know both of these styles, right? We absolutely, in the present day, know and see both styles. We've all seen a Zen garden, because there's a restoration of Zen gardens with some floral material, right? Cherry trees or bonsais, in the 19th century. At the same time, these very lush, elaborate gardens coexist with it, and so you see them built all over the place, including in Chicago, where there was a full Japanese garden built for the Columbian Exposition of 1893. And we get more things there. Music and arts. Koto was originally a generalist term for all stringed instruments in Japan used during exorcism rites. In time, it came to be used for a specific type of plucked zither, about 1.8 meters long. Arriving from China sometime in the 7th or 8th century, many versions of the koto have existed in Asian countries. The koto was once played by aristocrats as part of the gagaku musical style for the imperial courts. Musicians often trained the youngest members of the family on the instrument. During the 15th and 16th century, it was used alone and as an accompaniment to Buddhist ritual chanting. As the koto grew in popularity as a solo instrument, new musical styles began to develop. The instrument eventually found its way into the homes of the commercial class, but was considered a sign of refinement. It's a beautiful instrument. Importance of tea. Oh boy, there are so many. Although the tea plant grows wild in the Japanese archipelago, the custom of drinking tea only spread to court aristocracy during the Nara period. Court even required some provinces to pay their taxes with tea. The monk Eisai, founder of the Rinzai school in Japan, brought a new kind of tea that could be consumed after brewing. Tea became popular among the monks who grew tea near some of the larger monasteries. By the 14th century, the practice was so widespread that it led to a broad increase of tea production. Chaya, tea houses, were established among the roads or near religious sites for pilgrims, where they were served tea with rice cakes. From then on, two tea traditions were born. We had wealthy warriors in large, well-decorated halls, with tasting games, where guests could win magnificent gifts if they guessed correctly for the tea's origin. Meanwhile, working-class tea gatherings were a more friendly and informal feast. The great tea masters who succeeded Noami, there's a paragraph missing. Like, why did we suddenly jump into this period? Anyway, Murata Shoko, Takanojo, and Senno Rikyu elevated and formalized these events into an aesthetic ideal, combining fellowship with observance of rules. In fact, one of the best gifts one could give to Oda Nobunaga, to win his favor, was a rare piece used for tea. A suichu with cherry blossoms and picnic curtain from the 17th century. Image, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Who's not shocked? Me. More on tea production. Medieval daily markets. This is the first time we've had the word medieval show up. Isn't it? We've had feudal, but like, this is the first time we're seeing the Sengoku Jidai explicitly called medieval. Everyday life, hygiene, and urbanism. In Ichijodani, the town of the Asakura family in Echizen province, archaeological research has shown almost all the plots in the community were designed with a well and latrines. While the concept of shared sanitation facilities was common in Kyoto, and in Ichijodani too, there's many low-rent houses away from the main street, which use community wells. Ichijodani's design exemplified a new relationship to the concept of hygiene, a strategy that spread throughout society, particularly in new towns developed in the 16th century. At the time, latrines were used to store manure. There were pits dug into the ground and pumped out on a regular basis to fertilize the surrounding fields. This type of latrine was created in the 14th century when widespread use of double cropping increased the need and popularized the use of manure as fertilizer. By the 16th century, Louis IV reported that peasants paid to buy feces from urban latrines, and during the Edo period, the sale of fecal matter from rented communal latrines was an important source of income. Yay! Yay. Don't know if you call the mid to late 16th century medieval. I mean valid. Like... Oh. Oh. I see. Mochi. Mochi. Huh. Huh. So, hey, outlaws running. Sure. Huh. This is a little bit peculiar. Right. That one has an odd mix of things going on. Tutorials. Can I just mark all the scene? Yeah, goodbye. Okay. Well, there was our codex dump. There was nothing particularly staggering there, but it was nicely done. It is well done. I have no complaints with it either. Apart from the same ones that we talked about, which is that it's too long. There's too much. Increases adrenaline. Yay. Tools. Can we make knives really good? Yeah. Make knives so good. Aw, I need one more mastery point to be like, give me more tools. Alright. Still. We're close. We're actually doing really good. We're doing really, really good. So, we'll obviously return to this more, but next weekend it is South of Midnight double feature, because I'm terribly excited for that game. And yeah, that's going to be a good time. So that'll be the 12th and 13th. I am, however, working this Saturday and Sunday, so there will be no streams. Also, our pool is closed. We once again did not see Edward Said. So apologies to everyone whose channel points have disappeared into the void. Congratulations to those of you who had faith. And, yeah, so I will not see you this weekend. I will, however, see you all in the Discord, as usual. And I will see you all next weekend for a new game, new stuff. Happy fun times. Alright. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Again, super appreciate it. Let's go. Let's see who there is to raid. Let's see who's around to raid, and then we will send you roll the credits, get yourselves on your way. You don't think you're gonna miss 10 points? You know, fair enough. You have a few more than that. I think we're gonna raid Lily, a regular in this channel. And she's finishing up Yakuza 0. Extremely cozy vibes. So a nice, extremely cozy person to hang out with. And so yeah, we'll head over there in just a little bit after we roll these credits. Okay? Bye-bye. Special thanks to our patrons who make this all possible. Their names are on the side of the screen. Thank you as well once again to Captain KD for the follow, and for Raps, and Peter was around earlier too. Yeah, for helping moderate the stream. I appreciate all of you. Hope you all have a good rest of your evenings. Okay? Bye-bye.